All right. Uh, Last we left off. Good lord.
Do you remember where we
Actually, maybe.
started?
I'm pretty sure it was just
I got you.
previously. Oh.
We found the statue thing. Remember, it was more or less the first
Oh,
important
okay.
thing.
That was the actual begin. Okay, I don't know why I thought like in the halfway sense of it. Okay.
Well, we
Um.
had uncamping, but nothing really serious happened.
Hmm. Yeah. No. Yeah, we found the statue. Some of us had hugged it, cleaned it. I remember Angel had given like a little coral piece to act as a flower on the ear, and a lot of us got some boons from it. What's it called? Apricity was overheated as fuck and proceeded to lay down in a nice frozen part of the river, the same river in which Angel was fishing in, and there was a little bit of a completely not misunderstanding with Binky believing that Angel has a crush on Tim Tim, and she had a talk with Tim Tim to make sure that, whenever that conversation happens, to let him down easy. But Binky's totally not going to continue shipping them until whatever the fuck happens. Who knows? Maybe love will persevere. Let's see. Uh, I think that was also when Binky had later asked Angel if he had kept any of the water from the statue that was crying it. And Angel had suggested that maybe the two of them or whatnot could go and retrieve some of the water, but later that plan had sort of changed when Tim Tim had said that he could get his rats to do it, which I believe they actually did successfully, which is pretty damn fucking cool. Angel then later decided to go and bother Shathur because reasons. I remember, I think it was Shathur who had suggested, I don't remember the exact context, but he basically said that he could make things for anybody, and Angel had specifically requested maybe antler caps.
Yeah, you had
And
walked in on him, or not walked in, but you had seen him constructing, like doing a ritual and constructing things, and he was constructing manacles.
yeah, okay. And that's when Angel had asked, because Shathur had offered, which was very nice. And then they sat in silence for a hot minute before Angel got restless and just went on and moved. The day after, Angel and Tim Tim were sort of scouting ahead alongside with one another. Angel taking the head and Tim Tim sort of falling back behind, using his familiar to kind of keep them linked together. And Angel, fun thing about deer masks, completely different eye setup. His ass was not looking, and just kind of walked into someone with a crossbow who was telling them to leave. Angel was totally not contemplating killing this guy before Tim Tim had saved the day with an improvised peepaw setup, talking about merchandise and trading. And that managed to disarm them, which very much seemed to be the cultists working for the cultists. We're not entirely sure, but it's not looking great. Point being, Angel got us in with them. Or not Angel. Tim Tim got us in with them with his act, talking about selling them wares, and we were brought into their encampment, sort of, kind of. And something about bombs.
We sold them one of Binky's bombs for 10 gold, which they will discover is completely worthless without Binky.
Oh, sweet.
Excellent.
Do I get 10 gold?
No, Tim Tim got 10 gold.
It's my mom!
Yeah, but you weren't there.
God damn it.
0 chance you're the one in charge of the money.
Not at fucking all.
Crying. I want my 10
All right.
gold.
You probably
Well,
just
I
have
mean,
to ask.
Binky has no inhibitions, so she can surely ask for it.
Yeah.
Feel the rain
This
on
is
your
true.
skin.
To be fair, if Binky was there, she probably would have mentioned that the bomb won't work, so they wouldn't have gotten anything without Tim Tim.
Yeah, well, she's a little scatterbrained, so that would be a coin flip.
Fair.
In either case, you can take your inspiration.
Excellent. I did such a good job. Mm-hmm.
All by
Um,
yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And
No
as
help.
you all continue
I get no heals on me.
onwards, you make your way traveling along for the rest of the afternoon to evening, and eventually the sun sets and you are able to set up camp for the evening. And the day getting a little cooler
Yeah,
as the
that's
night
lovely.
settles.
We're setting up camp where?
Roll me a survival check.
Woohoo. Oh!
Apparently in the middle of a swamp.
You know? Perfect.
You make your way towards what seems to be a kind of reasonable clearing. Kind of what you suppose is probably a good spot to set up camp. You don't want to keep looking for too long, the heat's kind of bearing down on you, making it more of a exhausting effort to keep finding a more secure camp, and you don't know if you'd be able to find such a thing, but for now this seems pretty good.
And just double checking, because I'm even though, recap and all, my timeline is still a little bit fucked up internally. Those guys that we were talking to, they let us go, or we're kind of not with we're not with them anymore, correct?
Yeah, Tim was able
Yes.
to convince them to not follow us.
Right, and they truly did seem to be just unaffiliated people from the cult. Which
We
I'm
have no
still-
idea. They came
We
off
have no
as shady
idea.
as fuck, regardless. but-
Yes. Okay. But as far as I understand, yeah, we passed them. Things went rather well thanks to Tim. Okay. I know enough.
Does anyone want to do anything for the evening? Any downtime?
Well, it is the next day, right? So
It is the
Uh.
current evening.
next day, since I did my channel divinity, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make the antler cap. I imagine it only takes like part of a silver. It can't be worth that much.
Probably not.
So what are you making exactly? Like a antler?
Like a cap for it, a little like to keep the sharp end from stabbing things, I imagine.
Yeah, that's fine. You can use a silver piece to make that.
So after an hour of just doing that, assuming no one else is doing anything, Shether will come over to Angel and he will hand him the cap and the other silver piece back.
Whenever Angel isn't working on something or scoping the perimeter or anything of that sort, he oftentimes can be sort of found just sitting and staring at something. Oftentimes reflective surfaces, water and whatnot, mirrors. In this case, I think if they do have a river nearby, he's more or less just staring at it.
Okay.
And when he hears you coming, his head kind of tilts and he looks up.
He just reaches his hand down with the silver and the cap in it. Should be a perfect fit, but let me know if you need any adjustments.
A smile slowly comes to his face, and he reaches out a hand to take the caps, and he just says, "Thank you."
Of course.
And he'll
So he's just
continue.
staring out at the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, hoping to attract some fish by calling to him.
So far, we have plenty. I was thinking about it, but not sure just yet.
Just enjoying the water then.
Could say that.
Never actually seen bigger body of water than this. Oh, I suppose with my fire, probably wouldn't be a good thing if I was near that.
Have you ever tried?
No?
So, you were always made of metal.
Aye? Were you always dressed in a deer skull?
His smile widens a little bit more at that. Yeah.
Can't say if I know of any folks like that, but it seems rather useful with antlers growing back, I suppose.
He reaches up, and because it is night, he does reach up, and with two good yanks, one of the antlers fall off his head. This is actually sort of new.
Hmm?
You know, if you stay in a plane of existence for long enough, it begins to change you.
I can't say I know that, but I'll take your word for it.
My specialties, they come from the Fae. Before, I was just your regular water genasi. But with its influence, it's giving me all sorts of capabilities. Ones that I wouldn't normally have otherwise.
I'm sure that's a hell of a story, and how you got there and back.
Not in a world like this. If you walk in a given direction, whether you know where you're going, or better yet, if you don't, you'll find yourself in a place of mysteries, enchantment, death. Sort of like I did just a moment ago.
I suppose I'll agree with that. There have been good amount of strange places on the way here.
What did you
Doubt
think?
it was Faye, at least, though.
What'd you say?
Doubt it was Faye, at least, though.
Referring to, my brain is not braining.
Weird places that he visited on the way here.
Oh, no. Angel's referring to his mishap with not detecting the motherfuckers in the trees.
Uh, I don't think you would get that.
Oh, that's fair. Angel would basically stare at him for a little bit more, and he would just look off in the direction that they had been walking from. Uh, and he just says, "The motherfuckers that got the jump on us."
Don't worry too
No,
much about it. You adapted pretty quickly. All things considered, went pretty well.
Ah, that's sweet of you, Sharon, but I know I just sort of froze. Does not typically happen, but I also don't typically travel with groups much. It's a bit different having to consider the lives of multiples as opposed to my own.
What, you don't consider your squid friend other company?
Ah, well. He's practically one of my own. But he can come back from a stab wound. I cannot. All the time.
With enough gold and spells.
What? If one of us go down, would you try to rebuild one of us?
Considers for a moment. I could try my best. I haven't done that much work on prosthetics or reviving.
He leans forward a little bit. I'm just saying, out of every single one of us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Storm, Warforged, how big are they in this world? Like,
They can range from like
or
small
sorry,
to quite.
not literally. I mean, like, how
Common?
rare?
Oh,
Common.
common? Depends where you live. The further up north, the more fairly common they can be, or it depends if you go to a city that is basically built around Warforged manufacturing.
Okay.
Certain cities is just like it's there. Like 50% is just Warforged, but a lot of them are like,
So they're more like
I guess like
automatons?
servants, yeah, ish, treated and given jobs in the sense of automatons.
But they have
Then,
personalities. So.
Yes.
then with Angel, given he's kind of from the south, he probably hasn't met many.
Probably not.
Not that south either.
I know, but just by the base description of what Storm was talking about, it does sound like they are kind of a semi-enslaved robot race at this point.
Oh no. But what's it called? He just says, "Really, I've just never met many of your kind before."
Can't say I've met much of your kind either.
Well, you did just say that you don't frequent the water.
I didn't frequent much of anywhere.
Don't get out much, huh?
You could say that.
Eh. In that way, we are sort of opposites. I don't get in much. This is for something of a, well, even rangers need to restock, and not everything could be made from the forest.
Maybe I'll have you tell me about some of those places sometime then.
Anytime. I'm an open book.
He like raises his brow a little bit at that, but
His
nods.
smile widens for a moment before he gets up from his crouch. You have a good night, Shathor.
You too, Angel. And he will walk back to where he was.
In the distance, not being able to hear any of this, Binky just kind of mumbles to herself, "Wow, he moves on really quickly."
Is there anything else before watches?
Yes. After muttering that, Binky is going to turn around and just say, "Oh, by the way, Tim,
Yes, Binky.
how much did we make from the bomb?"
Oh, of course. He gives you 5 gold. Here's your share.
A share?
Of course.
Quirks a brow. Have you forgotten I am a businesswoman, Tim?
Yes, and you forgot that I am your sales representative.
Alright, I'll let it go this time. She takes the gold with a nod.
Considering Binky would have made 0 without him.
She looks out over towards the group for a bit, then back at him.
So, we're getting closer to this cult thing, right?
I think we're about a day away or less. We should be there in the morning sometime tomorrow.
Well, I was sort of thinking, I mean, I of course want to assume everything's gonna go as planned and nothing's gonna go wrong. But, if talking doesn't work out, what are we going to do? Do we just leave?
I suppose we'll have to play it by ear. I suppose the first thing is I kind of want to know what the goals are. I mean, we kind of assume dastardly dark deeds, but we don't know that for certain.
Yeah, so if they're not doing anything terrible and they're just being a silly little cult, and they're not going to take our advice to maybe split up or do something else or go somewhere else, what do we do?
Well, I suppose we could apprehend them and take them to the local watch for them to sort out. Well, perhaps we could take them to some deprogramming fellows. I heard they do that with cults.
Kind of crosses her arms and tilts her head thoughtfully.
Hmm.
Well, perhaps we could just become their leaders and, tell them what to do.
I mean, we could, but I don't think there's any harm in free thinking, so long as they're not harming anyone. And, well, if they're not harming anyone and they don't want to change what they're doing, but we have this order that we have to, I guess.
Well, I
we
could
just
say
go back and tell them.
We could just say we did, but didn't.
Could do that. But I am also really bad at lying.
He just like pats her cheek. Don't worry, Binky. I've got you covered.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it should be fine. We'll be fine. Everything will go fine.
We'll have to worry about when we get there, but we will try to end this as non-violently as possible.
I prefer that.
So would I, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the more we've been walking and I'm still kind of getting a read on the others, but Angel seems to be a cold-blooded killer, so I'm a little worried there.
Yeah, I got the feeling he was going to shoot those people at the encampment at some point. don't know what it was. Probably the way his fingers were twitching for his bow.
Do you think he's secretly a serial killer?
Looks over at the man wearing a deer skull and has murdered animals by inviting them and then murdering them without cause.
I would like to note that Angel currently is scoping the perimeter with his bow in hand.
I know. Tim's like looking up. Define cereal.
Breakfast.
Oh no. Wait, so if he does have a thing for you and you turn him down, is he gonna kill you in your sleep?
I doubt it. If he's that sort, he'd probably try to do it while we're awake and murder everyone here. And the broken-hearted do crazy things.
Do they?
Oh, of course. You should have seen some of the things that happened when I... You know what? Never mind. He says, realizing what he's about to say.
Wait, no, don't just end it there. What? Tell me.
But you know, I've had examples where I had been threatened to be gelded, let's just say.
You're a little heartbreaker, and she like pokes him in the side.
Well, I mean, you know, traveling from town to town, you can't help it occasionally.
She just shakes her head with a smile.
Well, hopefully with the towns we're going to, you don't end up leaving more broken hearts aside.
Oh, don't worry, Binky. I don't intend to break any more hearts if I can avoid it.
All right, good. That'd be really sad.
Indeed. I can't speak for Reggie, though. He breaks the hearts every time he goes.
Oh yeah, like he's had many girlfriends now. And boyfriends.
Oh, indeed. He's not choosy.
Yeah, is that a demon infernal thing, or?
Actually, he's not demonic.
Oh, what is he?
Believe it or not, angelic.
Oh. Really?
Yes. Apparently. At least that's what he told me.
Looks down at Reggie and wags her finger at him.
Chastity is not going to be happy with you, mister.
He kind of gives like a nose twitch and kind of a shrug, and Tiff goes, "Oh, really? Oh my.
What'd he say?
But he says actually, there's plenty of fertility gods out there, so why the hell should he care?"
What a little rapscallion. Or ratscallion.
Witty as ever.
I know. But, alright. I'm glad you seem to have the same idea that things should be fine.
Dear, we'll do our best. That's why I want to infiltrate and see what's going on. Get a layout.
Yeah.
Then, providing those
Okay.
people are working for the cult, as may or may not be the case that we met, they'll think we're just traveling merchants when we get there.
That is true. Alright, you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it, because you are right. And I'm gonna get a good night's sleep.
Of course. He opens up the tent. And you're good.
She dives in.
Tim just puts on goes back and puts on his PJs.
Alright. If there's nothing else, I would like the watch order for the evening.
Well, someone has immunity, so unfortunately, it seems like we're only working.
You're damn
with,
right, someone does.
We are working with only 5 individuals.
6.
6. Right. Sorry, hot dragon lady.
What's she up to?
She is currently looking over in the direction of like where you guys are heading, and she's just kind of clutching her holy symbol that's around her neck in kind of thought.
Good for her.
She
Bond over your relationship.
anyone who would want can roll me an insight check on her.
I like
shall.
being nosy.
Let's go.
You rolling that one? Yeah, I figured.
Oh,
Oh, well, the
It's okay, we're getting them out of the
duality
way.
is
Joe, you got the
funny.
20.
yeah, I knew it. She just has a 24 loop of "I Love You, Jesus" by Trisha Paytas looped in her head. That's all.
Unfortunately, incredibly hard to read.
Jesus.
Dang.
Angel's got his mask on backwards. He can't tell shit.
Women do be clutching their pearls.
Mm-hmm.
Checks out.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who? No, you're good. Who would like to do first watch?
I can.
I assume it's like the same order as last night.
Actually, wait, I forget. I think Angel typically does last. What did I say? Last or first?
First
Shather
watch-
does last
yeah,
watch.
Again, our first watch is usually those without dark vision.
Which I have.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
I think the only one without dark vision actually is Shather
Is Shatha.
Hi.
and Binky. But we know that's not happening.
God damn it.
You
Didn't
know
we
it
also
did.
ban Binky from watches?
Yeah, we have. It's kind of.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, because you're cursed to do the worst thing possible.
True. True.
I don't
So you're
see
down
what
to
that has to do with
It's like you hear a
5
crack in the
people?
bushes. Hello, bandits, come get us.
Listen, I'm not saying that Apricity is going to use her immunity, but there is exactly one of you who can talk her into doing literally anything, so, you know, unlucky, I guess.
Smiles.
Someone's got blackmail material for the rest of the game.
Okay, there's exactly 2 of you who can get her to do something. I forgot about blackmail material.
I thought that's what you were referencing. Wow.
No, they're talking about Kat's character.
What was Thea up to as well in her own time?
Being hot.
I mean, yeah, but like that's a constant.
Yeah.
That's a
Full-time
passive.
job.
Who up chilling the... What?
Chillin' they what? Me, all the time. But I assume, was it? I know Shather and Alyssa. Your name is Alyssa, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. I love knowing names. I think they were the last shift. I kind of want to say Binky or not Binky.
Damn it.
Tim and
mean-
Angel were together.
Yeah, Tintin and Angel did a watch together last time.
Oh, true.
I mean, it doesn't have to be the same order. We just like Shather could take the. We need what, 3 or 4 watches, Storm?
No, I'm just gonna do 3. Makes it easier.
Okay, so we're down. So we've got 5 people. So one person has to take a watch alone, but Shathur is technically take two. Is Shathur technically 2 watches, or are they just still 1 watch with their 6-hour sleep schedule?
It does make it annoying.
It does, doesn't it?
For 3.
I'm putting names into a randomizer.
I will. I guess because Shitha can watch for 2. It'll be 4 watches. Shitha can take what? The latter 2 or the first and the last?
He
Probably
can,
I
though.
can-
Also recall, he is the one person here without dark vision.
That's why first and last. That's when it's brightest generally.
Oh.
Right, just as the sun's going down, and just when the sun's coming up.
And Fia can do first with Shafar so she can have uninterrupted sleep after.
Sounds good.
Angel don't care.
May the both of you roll me your perception checks.
Do I do it with disadvantage?
No, you have.
Oh,
You roll a flat.
Amazing.
The disadvantage is we did it late. Oh, good. Can't wait for those bandits coming.
They would never.
I do have alarm up. I just want to say that.
Where's the alarm set?
It's only a 20-foot
The
cube,
alarm
man.
I know. The alarm is always going to be set up as far as like the perimeter of the camp, as best as he can, anyway.
So basically, where the center of the camp is, 20-foot cube from there.
Yeah.
Is it a silent alarm or an active alarm?
I will say, unlike last time, it would be an active alarm, I think, or a loud sound alarm.
Yeah.
Okay. If you have anything to RP, go ahead. If not, I can move on.
Don't think I've got anything. Unless you wanna.
Sugar doesn't really have anything.
Yeah, they just chill, you know?
They just chilling.
They're chilling.
I got to notice they had like have an asleep Apricity in her bag with her, or is Apricity in like the cart?
It's a warm night.
Hated.
Ooh, warm nights are the worst because then it's all
I
muggy.
guess that's up to where the Pricity wants to sleep.
I would like. I would.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna mention. I would like to note that Angel's antlers, as they burn inside of the fire, have the wonderful quality of warding off mosquitoes. You're all welcome.
Oh my god. Well, actually, I know, Gaff.
If it's a warm night, then she's probably not in the bag.
Rip.
I also like the fact that Shathar is just a big bug zapper at that point.
Yeah, I was like, the only reason he would care is if they like got inside, and then I was like, wait, there's just fire in there.
Yeah, you're just a bug zapper. Like they land on you and explode.
Second watch.
Yeah, we're just doing 3. You said so. Where's it 4?
4.
I guess Tim and. Huh, who's going with Tim?
I'll do it.
Sure, Tim and Angel.
Yep. How about your perception?
Tim. Well, we got some 2 active scouts here.
I've finally woken up.
Tim just turned your mask around so the eye holes are facing the right way.
Honestly, that's valid.
Yeah, there we go. Storm's trying to make us nervous.
Over in the distance, and it's quite far away, but You hear some kind of disturbances. You see kind of... eventually you see an elk kind of running from that direction.
Towards us or away?
Kind of like
Or lateral?
towards and then away from the camp after seeing.
So it was running towards, saw the camp, then ran away. That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's running away from something.
Towards us, though, so the thing that it's running away from is that direction, possibly coming this direction. We do
Angel's
remember
gonna
the
fire
last
a cursory
thing.
shot off in that direction that it ran.
It's like Tim slaps. Like, what are you doing? Do you
He's
Wait.
gonna see.
just
So Angel fired an arrow in that direction?
Yes. In the when the elk was running towards us and then darted off to the side, he's just gonna see if anything was already there.
Roll me attack roll at disadvantage.
Just hear the cry of an elderly old man.
Let's see. Oof. 12.
Well, if you hit a zombie.
You fire an arrow and it kind of sails through the air. Don't hear anything from it.
Captain just looks over up at him. It's like, why are you firing arrows in the dark?
It's not too dark for me.
Did you see who you were shooting at?
Sure.
Tim crosses his arm, taps his foot, waiting to hear the reply. And it was... Exactly, Nikki.
He looks down at you, smiles, and doesn't reply.
No, you see, there's two problems with that. First off, you may have just given away that we're aware they're there. And
He starts walking away from Tim so he can kind of stealthily figure out whatever might be in that area.
Tim just rubs his temples. And secondly, I was about to suggest I could send Reggie in. But a little late.
Yeah, he's already skulked off.
I know, he's just like, oh god.
Roll me a stealth check.
I'm great at these. No heals all game. I'm probably going to use that inspiration now, actually.
Oh my god, is that like your third one today?
You know?
Maybe your arm isn't the only thing that's broken. Damn.
Well, clearly my luck hasn't been up recently. So...
Okay.
Good thing you took the inspiration today, that's all I'm saying.
Yes.
As you kind of stealth up, making your way, how far do you travel away from the camp? Towards the direction of the sound?
I want to say he wouldn't travel further than he would be able to be heard.
That's pretty far.
Then I want to say... Okay, sorry. I'm trying to make sure I'm getting this in my head correctly. How far would you say this was happening from the quarter or from the outer boundaries of our camp?
Over I guess it's hard to say because the elk just kind of bursts towards the camp, kind of a within 100 feet.
I would say maybe
distance.
I would say maybe 20 to 30 feet he would move away from the camp.
But you also don't know how far the elk was running from, so to speak. So you don't know how long the distance the elk was kind of
For all we know, this
going
elk's been running for a
until-
mile.
Yeah.
Honestly, he probably will keep going until he sees something. He's investigating, basically.
Okay.
So an extra pair of tracks in the ground, or anything that would have indicated another presence that would have justified an elk running.
Rangers get an ability that allows them to move stealthily at normal pace. Or is that just...
It's in the wild, specifically, but yes, you'd be right. I can look up the specifics.
It's a natural
Natural, yeah, they and their party can. As long as they're in the wilderness.
Yeah.
Is it natural? You move... Traveling alone, you can move stealthily at a normal pace. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. As you make your way up... As you make your way up, you see some individuals kind of walking towards the direction of the manor. Kind of not really like... kind of perpendicular to, I guess, where you guys have set up camp.
To the manor?
Yeah. The direction of the manor.
The manor being the place where the cultists are.
Yes.
The elk. Okay, so.
So they basically, it seems that the elk was spooked by the individuals in this direction, and then ran away towards your camp, saw your camp, and was like, "Oh, this is also more people," and then ran off.
Okay. I think Angel is satisfied with that answer. And I think that as quietly as he came, which, can I say he probably fetched his arrow on his way there? Or is that something I'm going to have to do as I come back?
Ooh,
You have
it's
to find
nighttime
it,
and
man.
you have to find that.
Oh, I'll find it. Yeah, that's fine.
You can roll me an investigation check.
Oh, okay.
Starting to wish you brought Tim. Oh, there you go.
No,
That's fine. You can find the arrow.
But Binky
It takes you a little bit.
But Binky thinks that Angel wished that he brought Tim.
Yeah.
But you have a good bead of like where you were going and where you shot the arrow and kind of trace that path. And you do find your arrow.
Excellent. Bring that quantity back up to a 12. Or actually, how many arrows did I start out with? Because I don't think I've historically
20.
actually lost
You
any
start
arrows.
with a 20 arrow set, yeah.
Oh, okay. I've just not been restocking. It's my fault. Okay. We back.
So? What did you discover?
People walking into the manor.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably, well, that's definitely what scared the elk in the first place.
Did you get a look
Need
at
to
the
run over
people?
here. Did I get a look at the people?
They seemed like hooded individuals. It was hard to say. And you were catching like the back half of them.
Yeah. He just nudges his own mask with his pointer finger. They were as about concealed as I was, so not really.
Did you see what direction they were coming from?
They were coming the
Perpendicular.
same direction that you guys had come from.
Like, I imagine it's like a straight road, and we took a 90-degree angle off that to get off to camp. And they were on the main road, were they? Or like...
Well, it's not really a main road. You're going through there's no roads in this forest.
Okay.
You're just...
We're following a
Yeah.
path. The forest path.
But they were moving perpendicular to our camp, though. Like, they were moving
Kinda, yeah.
across it. Then, yeah, that's what Angel would have said.
So what do you think of the odds are that's the group that we met earlier?
I guess I don't really know. Did they look at it all like familiar, or? even with their silhouettes, like, did they have the same stature as the people that we've met before? Or
There was a
anything?
Roll me
bunch of
another
them.
perception check.
There was a bunch of them at that camp, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was a handful, yeah.
Yeah.
14. At least, like, with
Hot.
some of the... Oh, yeah, well, I guess with what he said, like, was it the same amount of people? Like, I guess I'm also focusing on, like, key members, like the guy that I had first encountered, and then there's the girl. I forgot her name.
Silhouettes, in terms of, like, I guess, the amount of members, yeah, roughly the same. But that's also, like, normal
It's not an absurd
party
yeah.
size. It's, yeah.
But given things adding up together,
That's a good assumption to make.
were there any like shorter like here's the other thing. Silhouettes, were they all like at that camp, were they all human sized? It's typical human size.
Yeah.
Or were there halflings and dwarves? Were there goblins? Because again, that's another thing, right? Like if they had a mix,
They were all like roughly humanoid, like medium sized.
they're all medium-sized creatures. Okay, so and then all the silhouettes he saw were medium-sized creatures.
Correct.
So that's we've got a lot more evidence leaning that this is most likely these people. Well, I would say almost certainly they're working with the cult now. Giving the odds that what are the odds are there's another group that is following the exact same direction we are, that has around the exact same amount of people, that has all humanoids and no other various statures of tall or short races. Or tailed, like, you know, the tabaxi and such. It's looking more and more likely that's the assumption here.
Yeah. I was thinking for a moment that it could have been a sort of resistance, but I think it's very likely what you just said.
Yes, well, at least they think we're traveling merchants still.
Yeah. Good job on that, by the way.
Oh, thank you. You're thinking on your feet sort of thing. It's always good not to be who you are when meeting new people.
He smirks at that, doesn't say anything.
But in any case, we should probably sell the merchant thing better if that's the case, since now I'm almost certain they'll be expecting us.
Full sending into the lie, or...
Pardon? Sorry.
Full sending into the lie. He's just clarifying.
Yes, well, I mean, that, or... Yeah, I suppose it's that, or we end up going, you know, bows are firing sort of thing, but I'd prefer to avoid that at all costs if necessary. I want to know what's going on first. I don't feel like just attacking these people, considering the church couldn't tell us what the hell was going on. For all we know, this is some sort of, you know, kinky sex thing, and we're just kind of wandering in.
He gives a dissenting nod and just sort of like...
Oh, no. It is interesting, whatever they've got going on.
Exactly, so let's find out, and it's better to find out as friends than enemies.
Alright.
But at least we can make the assumption, though, that we are expected now for certain. I have to put the makeup on in the morning. I have to get up early.
It takes you very long to get in that little disguise, or...
Well, I can cast a spell, but that only lasts an hour and isn't quite as effective as like, for example, when you saw me, it takes about roughly an hour to get it all together properly.
I understand that.
Unfortunately, everyone else was already seen as well, otherwise I'd start didding the rest of you up as well, but that might be a bit... that ship has sailed, obviously.
I learned at some point keeping up appearances doesn't matter as much.
Agree to disagree.
Oh no. In this situation, it very much does. But like you said, ship has already sailed.
In any case, it doesn't actually change anything. We still are traveling merchant, shall we? I mean, we have a clothes designer, a blacksmith, a fabulous inventor, a business savvy man, and our leader scout. It makes perfect sense why we're together.
Guess you could say I'm a chef.
You're the scout, Angel. I mean, merchants have a guard.
Scouts, yes, but
I mean, you could be the cook as well.
He seems pleased with that.
Very well. You're our cook slash scout, and looks back over at our half-dragon priestess and thinks to himself, intern, that's what she'll be, our intern.
intern. Sure.
Unpaid, of course.
Good lord, he. All right.
Cool. Assume you're tending your watch over for the night.
Yeah, and then when we wake up the next people, Tim will inform them what happened quickly.
Is Thea taking the next watch? Oh no, she's taking last watch, right? Because uninterrupted sleep.
They took the first watch.
I'm stupid.
It's
Who's
Chatur is taking the last watch because he gets 2. Remember?
Okay. So with Apristi and Binky banned from watches, is Alyssa taking, I guess, third watch with Chateau?
I thought we were having 4 watches.
I'm stupid. Yeah, that is 4 watches. I'm trying to think.
I think
how does this divide up?
It doesn't. That's why I was confused why you made it 4 watches. Like it divided up perfectly.
Well, it's because Chateau being able to take over 2 watches is
but
a lot if there's 3.
Yeah, but we don't need him like that. You could have just said he can't take 2 watches, and then we still have 3 watches, right?
Yeah, but that's part of the ability.
It isn't, because it's just 2 hours off your sleep schedule. It's not like an elf that gets 4 hours off.
I thought it was 4.
No, that's elves. Warforged are 6 hours, not 8 hours. Elves get 4 hours. That's why I asked. It depends on how long the watches are. I'd say with 4 watches, yes, but with 3 watches, no.
Yes. Okay. No, 3 watches. Yeah. Yeah. Then it'll just be Alyssa and Chateau at the end.
Yeah. Tim goes up to her and goes, oh, by the way, the group that we saw in the woods are probably just gone back to tell everyone we're there. We're part of the... Don't forget, we're all merchants.
Right.
Because it will entertain Angel this way, he will approach Chathor and...
No, Chateau's still inactive. I meant... there's only 3 watches, because Chateau's downtime is 6, not 4 hours. I'm getting the features confused. That's my bad.
Is Chathor still doing a watch with her, though?
No, it would just be her alone.
Chathor took first watch.
Right, okay, my bad.
Yeah, she'd just be taking a watch alone.
Okay.
Right, no work. It's fine.
Yeah, someone was going to have
Alyssa.
to, so yeah, that's why. We have 5 people to take watches. Someone had to take a watch alone.
God, Storm, why aren't you remembering things perfectly? It's almost as if you just, like, woke up or something. What? Crazy.
Couldn't be me. I have perfect memory.
Oh, yes. We all know that.
Is there anything else I should know?
Here, he takes out Reggie and puts him on her shoulder just to give you some company and to help you. But apart from that, I think just keep your eyes open just in case they come by us. There's a chance they may try to ambush us tonight if they're hostile.
Alyssa, like, it kind of gives a slight like, oh god, don't let that touch me, look towards Reggie for a moment, and then Real looks back at Tim, gets a little embarrassed that it was so obvious, and then just
Oh, he's clean.
Looks-
I mean, my god, you'd think rats are dirty or something.
that's usually the case.
That's not the case. That is sewer rats specifically. Forest rats are actually some of the cleanest creatures you will ever meet.
I lived in a city before, so they weren't exactly the cleanest there.
Well, fine. Reggie is very refined and keeps himself bathed and washed. He even uses deodorant.
That's fine, just instinct.
It's okay. No worries. If it makes you feel better, he just like takes out the little bird costume and puts it on Reggie. There.
No, you don't. Oh, okay. Well, I guess he's a bed now.
He flaps his little wings.
I'll keep an eye out.
Okay, and of course, if there's any danger, be sure to wake us up immediately. I believe Angel has his little alarm spell, so worst case scenario, at least we won't be stabbed in our sleeps if you screw up. So, no pressure.
Unless it's Angel.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Of course, I know you can do it.
This sounded so genuine.
He sighs.
Tim goes to bed and just curls up next to Pinky in the tent.
Already being treated like an unpaid intern. That's crazy. Method acting.
Eventually, her watch comes to an end, and she wakes everyone up for the morning.
Tim gets up. Okay. Pinky, do you mind grabbing me breakfast? I have to put my face on.
Oh, yes, of course. Gotta doll yourself up.
Indeed.
She'll
Takes out the bald
Ruffle
cap.
her bed head and crawl out.
I'll fix that when I'm done.
This is the future the radical left wants. And
The
Angel
husband
is...
gotta get his wife's food.
Yeah.
Exactly. Meanwhile, it's Angel, it's cooking.
What you making?
Bacon.
She waits.
Oh. He said bacon.
Yeah, she's waiting for what else.
Oh! Then he waits too.
They're just staring at each other in silence.
Yep, and it's just... Split.
You know what? I think it probably just stays that way until someone intervenes.
That's valid, actually.
An hour later passes. Binky, or Tim wops out as Dinky. They've just been staring at each other the whole time in silence.
Oh, Angel's focused on the food.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Everybody ready?
Oh, no, and Angel's thinking of his answer.
I'm doing what?
Huh?
Your answer for what's for breakfast.
Yeah, bacon.
Waits.
Oh, I see where the confusion is. It's bacon, Pinky. Bacon, not bake-in.
And?
I think he's just serving us slabs of meat tonight for the morning.
No, fish too.
That's still meat.
Okay. See, this was lack of... my fault. Whoopsie.
Oh, don't worry. I wonder if we can find eggs.
to make do with something else. I'm sure we could find, maybe find some edible mushrooms out in the woods.
Yeah, gotta be careful with those ones. Last time I remember when we went mushroom picking, Binky, you got the non-edible kind.
Well, okay, that was a mix-up in my baggie. I had the edible ones and the non-edible ones, and then I happened to reach into the non-edible ones.
Yeah, Binky, you were screaming about seeing the color pink and purple everywhere, and that you could taste colors.
To be fair, it was a very fun experience.
Oh, I'm sure I've done it before, but...
This time, I'll make sure I don't get them mixed up as I look specifically for edible mushrooms.
Binky, you're cursed.
And?
And the curse says you have to do the worst possible outcome.
Tim, I'm cursed, not inept. I can do this. And she'll walk down to the woods.
Oh, God. I'll be... Keep looking after everything. I'll be back, and runs after Pinky.
Angel looks up at the tree line, thinking of a quail nest that he saw a while ago, and he was thinking if the eggs would be worth it. He just thinks about this silently.
I'm just getting the image from Shrek 1.
I mean, they're probably not going to be, unfertilized eggs, but...
Is Binky looking for mushrooms then?
Yes.
Roll me a survival check.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh.
This is why
God,
Big
nature.
Tim made the joke, is because you have no survival.
Not nature.
No.
Oh.
Nature's for
Nature.
knowledge.
Hey!
Hey!
Okay. You managed to find some edible mushrooms for breakfast.
I got some!
And 5 gold worth of potion materials for the non-edible potions for...
Please don't mix these up again, Binky.
I won't.
We really don't
Swings
need the
between the two
party
of
to
them.
be tripping balls right before we infiltrate a cult.
You know what? Here, I'll give the edible ones to you, and I'll keep the non-edible. You know what? I'll hold on to both. That'll work better.
Tim is just watching Binky like a hawk as we walk back.
I think I mixed them together.
I know. Luckily, they should look very different.
Can I just say that by the time that they return, Angel is also now cooking eggs?
There we go. So you are making more.
What can I say? You inspired me.
Oh,
He gets flustered and flushed in the face.
But yeah, he's just gonna go ahead and make breakfast for everybody, and then we can worry about storming the manor.
Roll me a cooking tools check.
Okay, don't be asked. Don't be asked.
Oh,
don't
Storm,
be asked.
did you add the
There we
5 gold?
go.
Or did I need to?
Did I what?
Did you add the 5 gold just to make sure I don't double it?
You can add it to the. It'll just be where it says 45. You can put 50. It'll just be
I
a
just
quantity
wanted-
thing.
I just want to make sure I don't double it because you
Yeah.
already did it or something.
I guess you're still saving up for those alchemy tools, aren't you?
Teehee.
Roll me a D8 for everyone's temporary HP.
Excellent. Also, I realize.
Well, everyone can roll their own. But
Oh, yeah, I guess a long rest, yeah.
If it's shorter than my current temp, do I have to lower it?
Your current temp's gone, Nikki. That would have been gone after a long rest.
yeah.
Ah, okay.
I just got one D8.
Oh, hey, it's better.
Woo, Max! I'm just mowing, just fucking digging into these eggs and bacon.
Hey, if things go well, you won't need the temp HP.
Indeed.
If
If.
As I said, maybe Tintin's right. Maybe this is just some sort of sex cult thing. We don't know.
I don't know.
The golems.
Temp HP.
The golems are there just to are just there for fun. We don't know that.
Silly funsies.
Right?
Okay. Wait, I have a GIF. This needs to be. Oh, they don't have the GIF. That's lame.
You might have to look on it for.
In any case, you guys travel for another 2 hours before you start to see the manor in the distance. Is there anything you want to do as you have it pretty far in your view?
I would have said before this too. Tim would have been prettying up the cart as much as possible to make it more look like a business cart. Trying to sell the illusion. Plus, he would have informed everybody about the plan that we're still playing as the merchants and seeing if we can get info before we start murdering people indiscriminately.
That part. Let's see. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just swapping out my spells for the day.
Okay.
Oh, I guess actually that's one thing he would have asked Shather before they went to sleep. Would you have Would you have been willing to prep enhance ability, or do you already have it prepped?
What level spell is that?
Second.
Yeah. He says he's willing to.
Because depending on what we do, it might not be a bad idea to enhance abilities depending on who's making checks. So, just as a backup. Unless you got other second level other spells you want, of course. Just
No, the whole person was only for Binky, so it's okay.
Never mind the cultists, who are likely people.
Yeah, but
no, they get the mace.
Yeah.
Who's more dangerous, really?
No, they get the javelin.
The javelin. Look, when we get there, they might have chains and feathers already. We don't know. We'll just see what's going on. Like I said, we don't know. Tim, so as we get everything together. He'd also tell ask if she could well, she's already a clothes designer, so he would just tell her to lean into that aspect, right? Don't forget, you sell the best design clothing around, and that way that you can really sell your wares. Do you sell your wares? I never actually asked.
No, I don't usually, but...
Well, fantastic. This would be a perfect opportunity to show off what you can do.
So, you're gonna do most of the talking then, Tim?
Well, I'm the sales representative. As Grandpa Dinky here is always looking for the best deal.
Mind if I give you a little better look then?
Huh?
Something to just help you with whatever you're trying to do.
Oh, I suppose I can always take a hand.
He taps you, and just with a little bit of embers, you are given guidance.
So, just so you know, line that only lasts a minute.
Where does it say it's a minute?
It's under concentration, time 1 minute.
I just say it's an action and it's concentration.
For guidance?
Guidance, I'm almost
Yeah.
positive you have to use within a
It
minute.
is a minute.
Yeah.
It is.
I don't
Why
see
does
that listed
not-
anywhere on it, but never mind then.
Why doesn't?
It-
Oh,
It's something you cast right before you make a check, like not well in advance.
I don't know why it's not showing.
Yeah, up to 1 minute.
But,
that is
yeah.
super weird.
Ah.
That ain't your fault.
Yeah, it's not your fault. She's not saying it, but I do know it's a minute spell.
Up to 1 minute.
Game hates
And
me.
if you're cool like Jericho, you
Apparently.
can cast it from 30 feet away.
Who would want to be
I
like
miss him.
Jericho?
I miss him.
There you go. I think you have to like put it in chat, but it says 1 minute when it's sent
Yeah,
to chat,
touch 1 minute.
But-
Yep.
but not on it. That's annoying.
Weird.
Don't know why they did that.
Okay, never
But-
mind then. I said nothing.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know if you planned on giving him enhance ability.
That lasts an hour, so that would be like right outside the door if we go that route.
Yeah.
Regardless, that's something we can take care of during a situation, not the prep time.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys make your way towards the manor. Deep Heart Manor. As you approach, you eventually make your way towards the courtyard, and the ruined manor courtyard is a fairly desolate site of cracked stone and somewhat overgrown ivy. It seems that there had been some effort to clean up the manor to make it more hospitable, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. A crumbling fountain stands towards the left side of the stone brick path. Dry and choked with moss, while shattered statues and broken archways cast long shadows from the light. The air carries the scent of damp earth and masked scent of slight decay, whispering of the forgotten lives that once filled this place with laughter and joy.
I will say Reggie's got his bird costume on as well. Still.
Yep.
Since it's part of the Grandpa Dinky disguise.
As you all kind of stand there, you can see in the distance,
A golem?
a mud golem, kind of just idly there, just kind of standing in the northwest corner, and at the kind of entrance of the manor, there are two individuals kind of sat down, standing guard.
Hey, I know that token. That's the standard cult token.
It sure is.
Judging by the mysterious cult people, I think we're in the right place. Well, that and the golem.
Well,
That big!
What? We're gonna go up and greet him, right?
One at it.
how about we let our sales representative do the talking? You can stay right here with me.
I mean, I think I could offer a lot of help.
Ricky,
Oh, you
you're
absolutely
literally
could.
cursed to not.
You absolutely could help. You're just gonna help from afar.
I suppose I'll give distant help.
Do they? I'm assuming they must have seen us.
Yeah. I don't think you guys were stealthing, considering you guys would be what you're doing.
Well, I know because there wasn't ever a metaphorical doorway to go through. Angel will look over towards Shathor and then kind of tilt his head in the direction of Dinky.
What?
You were gonna use that spell on him, right?
Yeah. He'll give you guidance.
or not guidance.
Well, you can't be. Like I said, the enhanced
Oh, yeah,
abilities.
yeah, yeah.
I necessarily don't need it depending on the checks I'm making.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Right? Because as long as it's them as long as it's a part of my disguise, I get advantage. But if it's not, then I don't.
Yeah.
So,
The advantage is to pass off as your disguise.
I mean,
I
yeah,
don't
but
want
that
to metagame.
to be fair, that should
Lion
be
do whatever
anything
the fuck
that
you
would
want.
make them think the disguise isn't working. It should give me advantage, correct? Like, as long as it's part of the disguise, as in, like, if I fail, then they would see through it. Then it should give me advantage.
Yeah, we talked about this last time.
Yeah.
So, like
It's
I
not
say,
all
it depends
checks,
on
but-
what the checks are. So,
But like any other check that isn't part of that whole disguise, like if you're trying to convince them of
that's
some
a
other
persuasion
thing.
check. Yeah, usually anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, you can give it to me if you want. It's up to Lion if they want to use the the spell or not.
I'm gonna hold off on that. You get the guidance. The first time he's given it to someone.
Ah, hello there.
How you doing?
Oh,
This guy
God.
kind of looks over towards you.
I was hearing you people out here. Well, my name's Dinky, and this is what the fuck did we call the damn business last time? It was Dinky's package, was it, or something like that?
Let's go with that.
Dinky's package and wares. I was wondering if you people might be interested in procuring our inventory.
Have you not heard about the rumors going on here that you should stay away?
What rumors? I just heard there was people out here. Possibly people who'd be willing to partake in our natural resources and amazing wares. We sell fine clothing and cloth, fantastic weaponry, and exotic potions and gadgets.
Stuff just for cultists.
Angel is just going to cover her mouth the moment she opens it.
What did she say before she was cut off?
Stuff just for cultists.
But we
He would
discussed
not
just
have
for
let
cut,
her
and
get
then you
in
just
out
for
of
cut,
stuff.
plap.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I wanted to say it before, but, you know, things are happening. I didn't want to interrupt. But yeah, Angel just had that prepared.
What if we're not interested in what you're selling?
Well, I mean, you should at least take a peek first, wouldn't you? I mean, how would you know unless you looked? Everybody needs good stuff. I mean, your clothes look like they might need some more fashion updates.
I don't think fashion is something we need to worry about out here.
Oh, my good sir, fashion is something you should always worry about. You should at least look good for yourself, if nobody else.
He looks towards the other cultist just like across from him next to this old like dying tree. And he kind of gestures his head towards the door. And he stands up, opens the door, goes inside, closes the door behind him. Alright. Well, we'll send someone down to see if there's anything of perusal. You said you had what? Gadgets and...
Gadgets, tools, fine clothing, and rather fantastic cookery.
I would like to say that Angel repurposed the breakfast that he made earlier to be something that he can carry on display. I don't know if he'd have anything like in the way of being able to do so openly, but
Just makes a bacon and egger.
Okay. Hmm. Uh... Hmm. Some moments later, a
Sorry.
you see a short individual, who very eccentric. He has goggles, covering his eyes. Seems to be a gnome individual. A purple kind of top hat with like cogwheels on it. Seems to have this kind of weird contraption on his back that's got like this, like these liquid containers that are kind of connected to this flying kind of machine, that kind of hovers in place next to him. Has this like a white lab coat. I'll show you his art.
Nice. I like the little death ray thing he's got going on.
Grandpa?
He's a gnome, though, he said.
Damn it.
If anything, he's related to Tim if he was related to either of us.
Does the weaponry he's holding look familiar at all?
Roll me an Arcana check. From what you can tell, it looks like it's very strange. You haven't really seen it before. At least not this kind of design. Your best guess is probably some sort of turret mechanism? Laser? You're not sure.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, my good friend.
Hello. I've heard that there was interesting gadgets.
Oh, indeed. Made by our brilliant inventor, my granddaughter, Binky. Don't mind her. She's got a bit of a frog in her throat. Don't want to, like, get spread around, right?
A frog in her throat that... Oh, like, is she sick?
Yeah. That's why he wears a glove. He's just looking over at Angel covering her mouth.
Well,
These two kind of following behind.
what have you got? I'm curious about these gadgets. You said you had other things, but I kind of don't care about that.
No, of course. You seem like a man who's all about the mechanics.
Exactly.
Vicky, what we got here? Debates briefly of whether or not we should remove the gag. Very well. I suppose, Angel, you can let Binky talk. Although, sir, please step back and make sure you don't get too close. As I said, she's a little ill. We don't want to spread it.
Does he let me go?
I mean, Jude didn't want to go take his meds, so we'll say yes.
Okay. Blah. What am I selling again?
What'd you say?
What was that, sorry?
What am I selling again?
We're gadgets, granddaughter. He wants to peruse your gadgets.
Oh, right. Sell the gadgets. They get it. We go inside.
Yes, exactly. We want to sell the gadgets and bring them inside for them so they can procure all the greatness. Indeed, you are right, my dear grandchild. Cutting her off.
Hello. Good to meet you.
I said you're not supposed to get too close. You're ill.
I stepped away. Did she break away? What's happening?
He wants to look at gadgets, so we unfortunately need the gadget person to speak.
Got it. Okay.
So, are you interested in things that can go boom, or things that can sort of, stun people, or...
Oh, that's quite interesting. Yes.
Which?
Wait, are you... The exploding things.
Oh, wonderful. Those are so fun to make. It's good to use to help to, blast holes in the walls, or, if you're mining for a certain sort of rock, and she'll take out, where is it? Her Thunderburst mine, and, yeah, she'll take out this one first and hold it out. So, this is a Thunderburst mine. Basically, you infuse it with magic and can set it off to detonate, when, basically whenever you wanted to. And it blows up within a 10-foot radius sphere.
Interesting.
And, here. That's concerning. Yep, it's very interesting. And especially for cultists like you,
cult classics is what she means. These are cult classic items. People love them, but they're very, specific people.
I feel like that's twice now.
Twice what?
I mean... Well... How much are you selling these explosive devices?
Priorities.
They are at minimum. You know what? You seem like a very intelligent, evil fellow, so I'm going to give it to you for 10 gold pieces.
Evil?
Not as in cool, right? You know how people say bad, but they mean good? Well, evil here means awesome. It's the slang the kids use these days. You know what kids are like. They have these weird slangs.
She's incredibly socially awkward. You're just gonna have to forgive her.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Me or him?
A Dinky.
Dinky? Okay.
You have guidance.
I don't think I need it.
I would,
Still gonna have.
I'll throw it on though, because I probably as well. But 28. I hope that's enough to be persuasive.
Hog.
Oh. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
There's some old man yaoi happening here.
So, you're gonna give me 2 of these for, what, 10 gold?
Oh, no, 1 for 10 gold.
One for 10 gold.
Yes. I'll need another day to make another one, because I can really only make these one at a time with the amount of,
resources and availability, right? You know what inventors are like.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of fishes into his pocket, pulls out a bunch of gold pieces, silver pieces, a fistful of paper, and he's like, "Oh no, not that one."
Oh, for a sec, I thought you were gonna he just pulls out a roll of coppers, and it's like the woman paying with pennies at the bank.
Okay, I have 9 gold.
You know what? We like the look of your face. Let's say to a fellow man, 9 gold sounds good. I don't suppose though
Nope. I got this. 9 gold and your hat.
No.
No, keep the hat. Don't worry about that. It is a marvelous hat, though. You gotta admit, it's a marvelous hat. You can't blame the girl for liking it.
Why do you want the hat?
I like it.
I also like it, and I want the hat, so...
Take it.
No,
I
that
like
is.
more.
Okay, Bicky! Sorry. You know, you can't, don't worry about that, sir. The 9 gold. But how about 9 gold? And I mean, this looks like a great place. I don't suppose anybody else would be interested in procuring our goods, or perhaps we can take a peek to see if there's anything we can do to help improve the place. Our Warforge over there is quite good at repairs.
That's not really my jurisdiction.
Looks over towards the rest of the other cult members.
I should also mention that I have plenty of snacks to hand around. Make it worth your while.
Oh, food?
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
gets
food's not really an
samples.
issue.
Ah, sir, but there's
gold
food.
in your hat.
We're good with the 9.
How much would you pay for the hat?
Damn it, Becky!
I'll knock the price down by 5 gold.
No. Anyways, so
6
what
gold.
else? What else have you got?
She goes through her pockets.
Oh, I have this candy.
Special stuff.
What does
It's
the candy do?
It's magical candy. If you take it, you'll grow rabbit ears. Which I think would make the hat look even cooler. So actually, I don't want to give you the candy. How about...
Interesting
about-
sales tactic.
try the. If you could tell, sir, I generally take care of the sales pitching. Becky here is great.
Wait. I do have something. I will give
Right,
you
we
this inert seed of repackaged destruction we took off
Becky,
of
just slaps it on the inert seed. That was the sign that we took off of an apple tree that unfortunately the apples no longer grow.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And the smile widens.
But we also have this really sticky sap. Great for, fixing up your models if you break them.
What was that about that seed again?
It's like I said, it's just an inert apple seed. Odd stuff, right? We found this apple, right? And we all cut it open. Of course, there was seeds in it, but oddly enough, when we tried planting the seeds, then no apple tree would grow. So they're inert apple seeds.
Right.
I also have a skill I can craft you any metal tool you might need if you give me an hour.
Yeah, like gears, right? You always use new gears for your mechanics.
I have to, but considering the other things, I don't need gears. I have plenty of that stuff. If you're selling other things, I would probably have to speak to someone else about that sort of thing.
Oh, of course.
Or one of you could fetch it. Hey.
Kind of goes over towards the other two. Kind of whispers something in their ear.
Can Shathur pick does anybody want to try to pick that up?
I'll try.
What happened?
He's whispering into the ears. Does anybody want to try to listen?
That'd be a perception check?
I would like to try.
No. Wait.
It is a perception check.
Okay.
How far away is Thea and...
Oh yeah, would you have
Yes,
walked
I will.
up? I know you didn't move, but I'm
Yeah,
assuming
they-
when you were talking about fixing, you would have approached.
Yeah, he did walk up. I just... There we go. I didn't realize we'd all walked up.
We'll get in there.
Shatha, you would have heard him say...
One of you get, Kaviani. That things aren't adding up here.
They're getting Giovanni. This isn't working.
This is Pokemon.
Would Apricity have joined them all in a mind link, by the way? I feel like that could be useful.
Did we wake her up before we got here?
I'd imagine we
I
would
would've-
have. We kind of rushed into jumping onto the map.
If she's Storm, can I roll a am I awake check? Like, what should I roll?
Girl, this is the one time we need you awake. Get your head in the game.
Well, then you should have woken me up, babes. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm an eepy little guy.
She's been sleeping for the last 16 hours.
If retroactively someone would have woken her along the way, then
I mean, I think
Sure.
we would have woke her up before we entered the dangerous place where the fight might have broken out. I
thought
that
we had
seems
mentioned
reasonable.
having a mind link connecting.
Yeah. I think we mentioned that last week.
Yeah, I don't see why Fia wouldn't wake Apricity up for this.
Yeah, like, you know, if somebody, yeah, so, sure, I'm awake. You're in a mind link. Congratulations.
We did it, boys.
If I'm awake, you can assume that you're all at least connected to me. Like,
Okay.
it
Oh,
only
then-
relies on my ability to see you,
Yeah.
or like have seen you since the like I make the connection, I see you, then you can go where the fuck ever. Like,
Basically, what we have is a telephone game where we tell Apricity, and Apricity has to tell everybody else. So, gotcha.
yeah, but we speed run it for simplicity's sake.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
Shithir
but-
can tell us what was said.
Yeah. They're definitely onto us.
Yeah, I
He's asking
kind of
for-
figured.
Saying it doesn't add up and fetching probably a leader, or
Now, what's the play here, then?
Angel's hand is
kill them.
twitchy.
Yeah, we still don't know what's actually going on here.
Do you really think they'll give you the opportunity to find out?
Well, I was hoping to, but Mickey kept mentioning the word cult 4 times, so this curse is killing me.
It might
It
kill all
was
the
your
rest of
job
us
to
if
keep
we're
a handle on your pet, the way Thea keeps a handle on me.
Hey, I'm the one who wanted to turn back. Everybody else was bitching about it.
Banky
I'll-
is just like staring down the hat.
well, regardless of what they are doing, I think we can concur that it's nothing good. So I'm willing to set the house on fire.
I've got a
know
backup
that.
plan. If you guys are willing to listen. If we can knock out that motherfucker in the hat, I can pretend to be him.
as that you say that, well, I
Mind
think
link
that
it.
in the mind
Yeah.
link, yes. The door opens, and you see an individual, an Arzakan individual with kind of smooth, slick black hair, fairly long, seems to be wearing this kind of leather garment with a kind of tall red cape that kind of has tall kind of the cape kind of reaches around like the back of his head. And he makes his way over.
Ah, it looks like we have the man in charge.
Give us that
Indeed.
phone.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Right, can I roll an insight check to see if he's like DTF?
He's got a really big head for his body.
Maybe he's also 4 feet.
Yeah, maybe.
Do we think he's DTF? Is kind of the thing.
Bagel Buggen, get
Bagel.
inside.
But
Get inside.
oh, okay.
No, the hat can stay.
Rip hat.
She's reaching out.
And mine. I love it, Nikki, because you know if we kill this guy and defeat this party, you're gonna have to redraw Binky with that hat, you know.
Yeah.
So, what may I owe the pleasure of you find merchants
No, we were
on our abode?
we were hoping to see if we could sell you some stuff. We didn't hear there was a group out here, and we were passing by. Figured it'd be a good way to kind of like shift the last bit of our stock before we keep.
You can drop the act.
What act?
Alright.
We are aware of what you've already mentioned cultists
Okay,
multiple
I'll
times.
admit it. We know you were a cult out here, but that doesn't mean we couldn't do business. We just thought it was rude to bring it up.
We're also just curious to see what you're all doing out here.
Yeah.
That's really it.
To be honest, is this looks like a sexy cult thing? Just curious for my own sake.
No, we are conducting research out here.
Oh, you're a nerdy cult.
And the research has nothing to do with any of y'all's bodily fluids, right?
No.
Experimental research.
Like it was necessary.
As much as the old tales of what this manor once represented, I can assure you there is no fornication going on around here.
I don't believe that.
Does-
She says in the heads of everyone who can hear.
You sure? I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not
Does-
like we'll judge or anything.
She
Does
doesn't
some of-
she doesn't say it to him. Sorry.
Yeah.
She just says it to like the gang.
Yeah, I know, but Tim says that out loud. So he does. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. I mean, we won't judge. Everyone's young.
Like I said, that is not what we're doing here.
Oh,
Does your research have to do with something like that? And he points over towards the golem.
Let me put this out here. Simply, I'm sure you've had your fair share of people coming through with, I don't know, whether it be that they wanted to attack you or anything of that sort. Very clearly, you're making a name for yourself. We're here. Only difference is, the only thing we really want is just information.
And what do you want to know? Yes, those golems are our cause.
Well, what does any nosy motherfucker ever want to know? Enough before we are officially satisfied. So I guess... Is what you're doing here hurting anybody?
From here? No. I don't believe anything that we've done has hurt anyone.
But the golems that you brought forward, are they?
Some individuals have, well, escaped with our research tools and planted them within the distance. That was not our intention, and whatever they have done, they have let loose golems that are not within our control.
I
So you're
gotcha. You
saying-
got rebel elements.
Can I
Yes.
insight that?
I would also
go
like
ahead.
to insight that, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please someone else do that also, because my insight's not good.
I'm gonna insight too.
Let's go.
Jesus Christ.
Holy
Damn.
shit.
20, a natural 20. Period.
Oh, I think we got a good chance of figuring out if he's fucking with us.
I don't know. I think he's still got one on us.
The gods say
Uh,
vibe check.
So true.
seems to be telling the truth.
Curious.
I mean,
No.
it's a feasible thing he's saying.
My next question would be, what would cause someone to rebel?
These things are creations that what you have, the seed that you have, can probably fetch quite a pretty penny on the market. So I would assume that that was the intention. I believe perhaps they may have run into trouble and perhaps even ditched or planted them unknowingly how they worked, and then you have the result of golems in the forest, way far away from where we are, causing destruction.
Wild golems, no master, so they are just crazy and attack anyone on sight.
Yes.
That makes sense to me, right, Binky? Just nod, Binky. Just...
Is she currently her mouth's covered?
I don't remember slapping her mouth covered up after the whole seed incident. I think we was uncovered at that point.
Oh, it's been uncovered?
Yeah. Since the worst of it has come to pass. So.
Oh man, there's so much she would have been saying then. Damn it.
I mean, if you went too far, Nikki, it just would have been covered again.
We can. I think we could just do check-ins from now on.
Angel was just leaning over her shoulder, just like arms wrapped around her,
There was an invisible hand hovering in front of Binky's face, ready to slap closed the second something happened.
No, the moment.
So,
the moment
are you
that...
like the boss of this place?
I am indeed.
He established that earlier, Binky.
Oh, so I am very focused on the hat. Listen.
He closes the door.
Since you're the boss
What's
here, that means the people here have to listen to you, right?
Indeed, yes.
In that case, is there any way we could come to some sort of agreement here where you order that old man to give me his hat?
Binky, just forget about the hat. We'll get you a hat.
I can't. I need it.
It's my precious.
Does the hat have metal on it?
It does.
Binky, I can make you something like that.
She turns around and looks at him.
But
Really?
only if you behave.
Bribing the child with candy.
Oh, that's really hot. Cause like I am cursed.
Don't worry about it at the moment. But speaking of which, I mean, it's part of kind of the thing. You're a cult. Maybe there's things we can help you along with it. I mean, you look like reasonably nice people.
You want to help us with our research?
Well, we might be able to sell you something. That's kind of like I said. We are a merchant. I figured we could sell you something that might help with it.
I'm sure I could also cook up a toxin that could, help put some muscle on your bones.
It's called protein, Pinky. Protein. But yes!
I am perfectly healthy. He arches an eyebrow.
Don't worry, she just likes them thick.
Oh, no, it's just don't worry. Like, you have a very, very handsome face. It's just when I look down, it kind of, You got
a really strong neck, though, don't you?
Apricity will say to Thea, so that everyone can hear, she doesn't like them skinny. Make note of that.
Yeah, we'll just nod.
God.
So, what exactly could you offer that could help us in our research?
Well, as I said, we've got quite the array of skills here. We, inventors and forgers and,
Correction. A genius inventor. I come
Oh,
from
of
a long
course,
line of
yes.
genius inventors.
Of course, you're my grandchild. You're tip off the old block.
What exactly do you need to perform your research? Just, clay and mud?
No, not exactly. There's tweaking and more to do with the, I guess the seeds that you have coveted one of, if not, perhaps others.
I mean, if
But-
you want, I could take a look at it.
So you make the seeds, or you find the seeds around and...
No, we
These-
make them.
These golems are made out of plants?
Well, their core's a seed.
When we fought the first golems,
Oh,
they
yeah, I wasn't there for that.
they all like dropped a seed.
Basically, what we were able to discover is that the seed seems to absorb the elements in the area to make a golem.
Interesting.
Curiosity though, what's with the golem production? Just looking for some good old fashioned cheap labor?
Cheap labor. You are correct.
Ah! You see, that's smart! You ought to supposed to be willing to sell some of them, right? I mean, I could use them.
Unfortunately, without the controlling device, you're going to have golems that aren't exactly friendly to you.
Oh, that's a controlling... Well, can't you just duplicate the device on an individual basis?
Unfortunately, not. That is... we have made attempts. There is very little we can do to duplicate such an item.
You know what? I bet you my granddaughter could figure it out. Smart as a whipper.
Give
If
a thumbs up.
Bagelbogen cannot, I doubt your daughter can.
Well, like I said, I am sort of built different.
I mean, to be fair, what do you got to lose, right? If she succeeds, and my god, you could make a killing on the market. Just
Exactly.
imagine it.
Not,
Have you heard of the Grubbernut name?
no.
Well, then you're not from around where I am. But it is a very renowned name in the inventors circle.
Right.
I could just take a look at it, and I'm sure I can work out what's up.
He pauses for a moment. Right. Roll me a persuasion.
Can I assist or take over for that since I was the one who originally suggested that? Because I was the one who suggested Binky should look at it originally.
Yes, you can assist, but because of your curse, Binky, you currently have a -10.
Oh,
So it just fails.
I mean,
yeah.
What? A -10 on what?
Persuasion.
persuasion.
I already have a -2, so I just fail.
Yeah, like a
I
negative
mean, you
12
have
means
advantage.
they can roll a maximum of 8, Storm!
Is it 8?
Yes, Storm!
yeah, that's
12
right, that is an 8.
minus...
I
That's why I
forgot
was
he has a
asking-
-2.
I was
No,
like,
no,
I was
you're right.
asking
You
if
should
I
definitely-
could roll it since I was the one originally making the persuasion, and then Binky... I'll roll a disadvantage. How about that? Does that sound fair?
It's Storm's call.
Yeah, can I
It's
argue
the curse.
that?
It's the curse.
Well, I get that, but I was the one originally making the persuasion.
You can roll on a disadvantage.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was asking, because I started
So we
this.
both roll?
Well, you auto fail.
Yeah, you auto-fail,
Yeah.
Nikki. You cannot
I just want
fail.
to see what I get.
Sure, Nikki, roll.
Go.
Hell yeah, -1.
Yeah,
Or
woo!
1.
You got a 1. Oof. Well, an 11's not terrible.
If I will take what her and one other, I assume your grandfather.
Well, that seems to make the most sense.
Who?
Me!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Grandpa Dink! Don't worry, slow child. Sometimes she's forgetful. You know what they say about brilliance.
The rest of you can stay outside.
Would you be so kind to take me as well?
I said to.
Don't
I know.
worry, we'll be
But-
fine. You sure you don't want us to take the war for it, just in case it's got like a mechanism that needs like repairing?
It was my original job to keep these two safe. I understand you said two. I was hoping you might be able to respect that as well.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Can it be deception?
No.
Yes.
Oh, can it?
Would you leave his guests
He is-
outside?
Because
He
I
is
am
lying.
lying.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Ugh.
Angel's saying all this and his fingers are still twitching.
Yeah, just... Well,
No.
that's...
I remain steadfast on what I say. I'm already pushing it with allowing you to inspect our work.
You know what? That's fair. You know what?
Wait,
and you are...
wait.
Oh.
A person will say, perhaps they'll allow you to take your favorite pet.
Can Biggie take her security blanket?
Security blanket.
Yeah, just... Tim walks over, picks up a Prissity, and hands it to Dink.
Prissity will look as much like just a regular dog as possible. We'll just start like panting and wagging her tail happily, like.
Wait, just double checking out understanding this right. You meant yourself, not Pesto, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I thought it'd be even funnier if that's what you actually meant.
No. She just realizes that she can pass for not another person way better than anyone else can.
Roll me a deception check, Opacity.
A Prissity? Oh, you mean for the
He's-
dog performance, yeah.
Yep.
I'm just a dog. I am just a dog.
I guess it would be more of a performance check,
I think
actually,
it'd be
but
the
I
same.
think they're the
It'd
same.
be the identical.
It's the
yeah.
Yeah, it would be the same.
You can take your security dog.
Can?
Can or can't? I couldn't understand through the accent.
Can.
You can, okay.
Yes.
Woo!
Prissity will like get notably excited and like try and get closer to Binky the way like a dog would their owner, and Binky's going to have to not say anything about the fact that she rarely gets to pet a Prissity.
She looks like she's trying not to cry.
It's okay, Binky. I know that it means the world to you, that security dog.
Yeah, and that's why someone else was carrying her.
You just have to
Kaviani.
get back.
Kaviani makes his way back towards the door, opens it, and you see the artificer. He's like pressed his ear against the door, and he just opens it and he just goes, "Hello." Puts his kind of stands back, ruffles his lab coat. I'm sure you could probably hear without doing that.
Yeah.
Go get the lab ready. Turns around. Alright, you are getting awfully close.
Well, I thought we were following in, yeah.
Give us a moment.
Oh, okay, come on, Binky.
All right.
They probably have to clean up their dirty magazines.
Sure, let's call it that.
Woo, we're
stays where
splitting
she
the
is.
party, guys! Nothing can go wrong!
This is a terrible idea.
Let's go.
Apricity,
How
you're with
far
us.
away does Apricity's telepathy work?
Thea, and only Thea, can communicate with me regardless of distance.
Well, that's great then.
Uh.
That would mean then we have a connection at least.
Correct, yes.
And you can still connect. Just to be certain, though, you can still connect with Binky and Tim, though,
Yes.
right? As well.
But Thea's the only person I do not need to see to make the connection with.
Okay, so that works out perfect then. That is actually we actually have a good split for this infiltration then.
Do you need to see them to maintain the connection you've already made with everyone else? Or
I don't need to see you to maintain the connection I've already made, but I need to be seeing them to be able to talk to them. I can
Right,
talk
right.
to a cathedral of 1,000
to a-
people as
Sorry.
long as
How did I know you were gonna do that?
I could talk to a cathedral of 1,000 people if I can see them. Cause like I have hang on. I need you to mute for a second so that I can explain. Because your laughing is making me laugh. I have two separate mind link features, like mechanically. I have an unlimited telepathy, which I can only do with one person, that I don't need to see, and then I have my basic telepathy that allows me to talk to anyone I can see in their head. So they're two separate features entirely.
gotcha.
This is favoritism. I made a Hawk Tua joke just the other week, and everyone started throwing tomatoes.
It wasn't
Yeah.
even it wasn't even the joke. It's just like I know Cat's just gonna. Oh, there it is.
Neural
I'm
activate, talk to her.
Yeah, it's because Kat's been trying to get me to listen to the fucking podcast Hawk Tua for ages. Like, it's not just that it's a Hawk Tua joke, it's that this bitch wants me to watch Talk Tua so bad.
Cat has fucking brain rot. That is all.
Hey, that's not nice.
She does. The first thing that Apricity is going to say back to Thea is, I'm not sure that Binky has washed her hands. This is dreadful.
How dare!
They're just covered in like
What?
the frickin' bacon grease and eggs from the breakfast.
Why did I do this? She'll look back.
Is that what Binky's actually doing? Just pacing around?
Yes.
Can you stop that? You kind of making me dizzy.
Apricity
Stop
will try
watching.
and find a bag-like place to sleep on either Binky or fucking
Okay.
Tim.
Tim
Alright.
Tim actually has a basket on his back.
I'm going inside.
Do you go in the basket?
Are there rats currently in it?
Yes.
Then no.
No, you could snuggle
Sure.
in with them. It'd be like a cushion.
She'll curl up on the floor. She'll pace around like the way a dog does when they're looking for a comfortable place to sleep, and then she tries to find the cleanest place on the floor, circles it 6 times, and then lays down in a ball.
Open, close, open, close.
Is Binky actually doing that? I assume.
Yeah, so everything I'm doing is just in canon.
Okay. He stops the opening, closing of the door.
Okay, stop.
You see him without the hat.
She squints.
Yeah, I'm not
Like,
letting
you
you
put-
grab that thing. I'm not telling you.
Why not?
Is he bald?
Balding.
L.
She turns to look at his boss.
So the deal we agreed to, right, is I help out. If I do it right, I get his hat, right?
We shall see what ends up happening.
Don't worry about the hat right now, Pinky. Like, don't you want a nice, pretty hat from our friendship there? I mean,
That is true.
you don't want to hurt his
But-
feelings.
Can he replicate it exactly, though?
I believe so. It's kind of his thing.
Well, I'm gonna get a better hat. Meh.
She shuts the door.
He opens it back up.
Alright, I don't really want to work with these.
Slams it back in his face.
I don't really want to work with these people. Stop!
I'm not even sure if that's the curse at this point.
I hate to alarm you, but I do not think it is.
I know it's not. That's the worst part. Like, I'm pretty sure this is just Binky now.
Look, if they can help at all, then, well, we can expedite our research progress and something can come of it.
Exactly. Nothing to lose.
Exactly.
Aw.
Anyway, I'm glad that we've agreed on this.
You hear footsteps just walking away from the door.
I mean, that's what he gets for eavesdropping, let's be honest. I thought he was supposed to be
Right?
cleaning up
Rude.
the porn mags anyways. What's he doing there? Yeah, I gotta admit there, by the way, what was your name again? Sorry? He looks over at the leader.
Armin.
Pleasure to meet you, Armin. Dinky. You know what? He seems like you gotta be careful with your employees sometimes. Like, you told him to do something, and instead he was listening after the... Binky!
stop.
Grabs Binky!
You're being escorted. Do not touch the other rooms.
Oh, this isn't it?
No.
Binky? Please, don't. We have to respect people, remember?
This way.
Thank you.
As you enter inside, do a bit of
Sorry to
description.
interrupt, but Judah did ask for a break. I don't know when's a good time.
Oh,
yeah.
break.
10-minute break, yeah, you did.
Yeah, we can do a 10-minute break here.
As we enter. That's a good spot to break. You can open the door and commercials.
I'm pausing the game for Nikki's sake.
Good idea. At this point, it's not even Binky, it's just Nikki.
No, I won't move.
Exactly, that's why he's doing it, Nikki.
No, I mean, like, even if we're not paused, I won't move. I am acting as Binky.
Oh, I know.
But regardless.
She's ADHD unhinged.
I like how it's just silence after that.
Kat sent me the funniest DM, and it's so fucked up that none of you guys are gonna get it. Like,
Cry.
God. Basically, in our Pokemon Draft League, there's this guy named Armin, and he recently dropped out of the season, and she DM'd me, Armin quit playing this season to lead a cult in the middle of the woods.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's so funny.
Your Pokemon dreams crash and burn.
Yeah, well, he was having a rough season, so it makes sense that he'd be mad enough to start a call, like...
Can play with clay people.
Oh, I'm gonna take this chance to get brownies.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I should take this break to write my essay, but I won't.
I mean, if you write your essay in 10 minutes, Lion, it'd probably be a pretty shit essay.
I once I get like a thesis down, I can crank out a full essay like 8 pages, 5 to 8 pages in 2 hours.
Oh, that's fair. Just 10 minutes though.
It's like 1/10 of an essay.
That's one way to look at it, I suppose.
No, it's not going well.
What's your essay about?
Well, this is just a quote unquote mini essay because my teacher is so kind and she's like, guys, I don't want your final project to be the first time you've had to submit an essay to me. That's not fair to you. So I'm gonna have a smaller project that you also have to write beforehand. Also, while you're still trying to outline and research your main final project research paper. She's
Of
so nice and
course.
cares for
How
us.
generous.
But
How
so this one is
kind.
supposed to analyze papers we read. This is a microbial diversity class, so about the different origins of photosynthesis, like the different theories of it, like either talking about the evolution of it as far as we know, or debating single versus multiple origin of the plastids. But just like, yeah, it's interesting, but like, I don't really want to write a 2-page, 3-page paper on it it's due Thursday, but I also have to create the outline for that class by Tuesday.
Man.
Yeah. Spring break. I understand why people hate the spring semester so much. So after spring break, it's just a frantic sprint to the finish. Like, I've complained to Judah about this, but let's see. For one class, I have an essay due in 2 weeks, and then a final, which also includes another essay.
Fun.
Theoretically, a giant problem set due next week, plus a test, plus a final project for my statistics class. My physics is just fucking insane. I spent literally like 17 hours straight working on just shit for that class all last week, so should be done for a tiny bit now. But like problem set, test, a test or 2 plus a final test, theoretically, plus problem set. The aforementioned essay plus research paper for the microbial class, and then for the lab for that class, like another like self-guided, like setting up experiments and hypotheses and making a poster out of it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All this being done in a month from now. Like I'm done with final, or technically the last day of finals is May 9th, but I'm flying back on the 9th, so I have until the 8th, theoretically, to do all of this.
I believe.
Like, the timelines aren't timelining, but that's so a problem for me in like 10 hours from now, and not the me now.
What's going on?
Just complaining.
I'm complaining about homework.
Yeah.
Oof.
Spring semester fucking sucks. You don't get breaks.
I do not miss college.
Such a great idea for me to change my major to a degree that won't get me anything unless I get a PhD. Haha. I love biochemistry.
What's your degree?
Biochemistry.
Oh, right, you did mention that.
Yeah. But the funniest thing, at least about the track for it at my school, is I will not take my first biochemistry class until next spring.
Oof.
Yeah, so to be fair, I could have done it a year earlier, but I didn't know I was going to be biochem until this winter. So yeah, I'm taking Hell Bio in the fall, and then biochem 1, 2, 3 across the rest of my senior year. Yippee!
What do you want to do with it?
Money.
Yummy.
Usually you gotta have a little bit more of a goal, right? You're missing a step in there, Lion.
like I don't have something specific I'm passionate about, but like it would be cool to do some research that's like important for humanity, make the world a better place. That would be.
Like,
that would
you're
be
looking
cool.
for medical kind of research?
Yeah, like medical or industry. I just want to avoid anything to do with schools. I do not want to have to be a professor for any point.
That's fair, but unfortunately, like a lot of the research comes with professorship. Like that's where usually where the grants are, right?
Exactly. So that is why I am wanting to work in the industry.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like I don't know. It would be great if I could figure out what I want to know, but because of the state of my country, all the science things are being cut, so I do not have an internship for the summer.
Well, I mean, on the plus side, you can always look at other countries for that as well.
That is true.
I can't exactly line that up in a month. And I am certainly going home for that time. I just, I applied to 12 places.
Actually, speaking
And
of that, I did
Okay.
hear that 75% of the highly educated in America are planning to leave to another country within this year.
75%?
Yeah, according to a poll, 75% of the doctors and the researchers and everybody are looking to move elsewhere because all the research is getting cut anyways, right?
Fair.
And they don't like what's happening, so they're looking for other places.
Makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
But by the way, I guess it actually doesn't affect you two because you two don't live on the border. But I was, with everything going on, I did kind of point out that I have a feeling we're going to have a large influx of Americans visiting Canada just so you can buy stuff at a reasonable price. Because our prices aren't going to go up in the next year, or next 2 months.
Everything is on fire and we're smiling.
Yeah, no, I know what it is.
Not the Switch 2.
Yeah, the Switch too.
Yeah, the Switch, but don't worry, at least from what I'd read somewhere, the prices they had listed were the pre-tariff prices. I imagine supporting Nintendo. Could not be me.
Yeah, don't forget about McDonald Island as well.
What?
They tariffed a place called McDonald Island, which doesn't have anybody living on it.
The penguins, man.
Yeah, the penguins too. Yeah, they fucking no. They also fucking tariffed Antarctica, which has a population of 0 people. Everyone gets the happy people session. Yeah.
It's going great, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll be lucky and we can just start absorbing some states into Canada. Trump will get the reverse.
Yeah, like TLDR. Yes, you could absorb the states, but then you leave everybody else worse off if you absorb too many blue states, because then it becomes a fully red country.
Yeah, and they'll probably collapse within a year because they'll be all morons and don't know what they're doing. And they'll
Except
become
for
a
the
third world
people
nation.
Except for the people who don't want to be there but are stuck there.
I mean, they're the states. You can...
Dwight and me!
Judah!
I was referring to Dwight. You're not important.
Oh wow.
I mean, people have the ability. I get that that's the thing, but at the same time, it's not gonna change much. Is the problem? I was joking
Problem is,
anyways.
a lot of people are just stuck. They can't do anything about it. Like, I guess I'm thankful that my job is the entertainment industry, which I think is primarily rich folk handling that. So I don't think income will be stuck there, but I'm worried about my friends.
Well, that's it.
Just don't work at Warner Bros.
With your Nikki, the thing about your job, you can literally do your job literally fucking anywhere.
Yeah, I have thought about that.
I hope so. You work out of your house, Nikki. You could literally fucking move anywhere and make the same money you're doing now.
And have healthcare.
Yeah.
Healthcare is nice.
I mean, if you're looking, Nikki, this is going to sound morbid, and I'm sorry for this, but my grandmother is unwell, and we were talking about what to do with her place when she passes. There might be a place to rent here soon.
Oh, I hope she's doing okay.
She has cancer.
Oh.
And she's also 92. At that age, like my dad and I are saying, once you hit 90, every day's a risky day, right? Unfortunately.
That is true.
Yeah, do it for Zaku. It is a 2-bedroom. No kids on the property place. Two floors, 1.5 bathrooms. Like, it's like 3 times the size of the place you're living at.
No kids, Zaku won't be allowed in down there.
Zaku won't be allowed in. Zaku doesn't even reach the height requirement. God.
Why is he out here catching strays? What has he done? That's so fucked up.
Short people jokes will never not be funny. Y'all didn't grow up with a friend group of people that are like 4 feet tall.
I'm letting him know.
I don't know. I've never heard a short.
No, please. I need to play Final Fantasy.
Short person jokes getting to you? What? Just duck. Like.
Lion, if you want someone to play Final Fantasy with, I could also play Final Fantasy with you at literally any point. Just hit me up.
Yeah. When I'm out of the hell that is this next month.
But yeah, Judah, you gotta remember, most short people don't get the jokes because it goes over their head.
God damn it.
I'm gonna start killing people. Like that's the way out of this situation.
Carly and Apricity are gonna air this bitch out.
But I'm dead serious, Nikki. Like, situations change in the next year, you know.
I mean, we are looking to moving just because my rent right now is just, it's stupid.
What are you paying in rent now?
4,000.
Yeah, you see, I'd rent, you know what I'd charge you if you moved to that place, Nikki? And this isn't Canadian, so, you know, take that into account. Like 2,500?
Yeah. The thing is, we really like Mass. It's really nice here.
That's fair. For now. We'll see what happens in the next 6 months.
we got a lesbian governor. She's gonna try her best.
I know, but the way Trump
great.
has his way, he'll have her fucking deported by the end of the year.
Massachusetts is great, and then like I'm like, oh wow, everyone here, you know, it's just like California. It's so liberal, and then I'll go into Boston and I'll like drive past a bunch of like pro-life like billboards, and I'm like, oh yeah, whoops.
I don't come across that. I've come across. Well, maybe it's because I'm from Connecticut, where it's just a lot of rich right wings people. But since moving to Boston, I just see gays everywhere. Just liberal.
In Boston, there's the gays, but on the way to Boston,
yeah, it's the outsides. Is it
I
like
guess
usually
it depends
this
which direction?
Yeah.
Because I'm in the Revere area, and it's pretty gay over here.
yeah, I mean, I'm literally at the gay college. Like, there was a poll, and people genuinely think the amount of straight people at this college is like in the 2%.
Where they should be.
Where they should. I was thinking the same.
So true, actually.
As it
I love
should
women.
Anyway, just for Storm's sake, I'm good to go. I'm basically just putting things away at this point, and I'm listening on my phone, so yeah.
Is everyone back?
I think so.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Guys are escorted towards the kind of west, I guess, actually.
Yeah,
As you kind of make your way through the foyer, it seems to be somewhat restored, but still in a state of ruin that it was left in originally. There has appeared to have been an effort to clear up whatever markings that were left behind, just kind of like in the ground, but there still seems to be blood seeped into the stone, stained with whatever atrocities that occurred here long ago.
So they're like ancient dry blood. We're not looking at anything recent.
No.
Okay.
It's very, very much dried blood.
Thank you, darling. Could you pick me up? It is much too gross on the floor.
Oh, always happy to. Picks her up.
I imagine the hands are grosser than the floor now. It's just like, oh, I forgot.
She has a moment of regret, but doesn't say anything, just lets it slide.
Hey, when it comes to food, she is cleanly. It's more, soot and ash and
oils
tar,
and tar.
yeah.
She says to Thea, "I'm going to have a very long bath when we get somewhere safe."
Alright, this way, up here.
Oh,
up here!
Up, dearie! We're losing a person.
Walking by him, Pinky makes that like two fingers pointing at her eyes and then pointing at him gesture, and then continues walking.
At the inventor?
Yeah.
Just catching the straight. This is like Binky's new fucking rival for the campaign.
He squints at you.
Alright, well, welcome.
So,
Another individual would have also followed you in as well.
Oh, okay. Just
to make sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just to make sure we're outnumbered.
When Binky does the eyes at this guy, Prissity like growls at him just a little bit, like.
This is
yeah.
That little puppy growl.
Keep your pet in check.
Oh, don't worry. She doesn't bite unless you want her to.
she's not a pet. She's a life partner.
Prissity tries really hard to hide the confusion on her face.
Tipton in his mind is, well, not wrong exactly, but not to the right person, so.
But as you enter in, you find yourself across a large stage room that has mostly been repurposed as some sort of laboratory. The bed remains intact despite the sunken frame. Few small vats of bubbling with green and
on the bed.
Sorry,
brown
continue,
liquids sit on the desk. Alchemical reagents and ingredients scattered across the room. There appears to be some potions that are scattered as well. A grand fireplace stands cracked, currently unused due to the summer weather. The stage has been used as some sort of staging ground, with heaps of metal and components scattered throughout the room. Are you just like running across the bed?
She's jumping on it.
Can you stop doing that?
Why? Is this yours?
Maybe.
Doesn't more.
Banky, please. You can jump on the bed later. Remember, we have gizmos to look at.
That's right. Where are they?
He kind of walks over, walks away, and makes his way over towards kind of like the central stage where it's like a bunch of desks and implements are kind of lined up. And he, in the center, you see this kind of gnarled looking kind of staff that appears very irregular. It's kind of like this the wood's like gnarled in places, and it's not straight. It's kind of hooked at the top, where it kind of turns into like this arm, like it's got fingers, branches coming out of it. It's this very pale whitish brown color, and kind of seeping through the cracks there's like a pulsating red glow. And it seems to be like growing some seeds at where like the fingertips of this like gnarled branch is at the top, similar to the seeds that you had found before.
Ooh. Is this what I'm taking a look at?
Yeah.
Let's see.
She's gonna examine it over.
Roll me Arcana check. You have no idea what this is.
Can I make an Arcana check?
You can.
I'm here. I'm attentive.
You are basically with Binky as determined.
Much to my dismay, I'm here and I'm attentive.
From what you can gather about it, this is very powerful. Like, it has the latent energies of some sort of very powerful magic. And it seems to be that this magic is divine.
This thing is flush with divine magic, Binky. Say that, you'll sound smart.
Got it. This is filled with divine energy.
Very well done.
Why did you say it like that?
Like what?
Because I'm an intellectual.
Right. Sure. Okay.
What's wrong? You couldn't figure this out?
No, I already knew this.
I did too.
Yeah, while they're
You-
talking, I will. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, Tim will roll a check just to see if he can look at it. He's smart. He's a smart boy. Maybe he'll get lucky.
You can roll me an Arcana check.
Got a little lucky.
Same thing, you glean.
Definitely divine.
Alright, so everyone in here is smart enough to know the basics. That's good.
He just like looks over towards the other two cultists that are in the room. They kind of like look sheepishly back.
So,
Yeah, some of us.
Don't let him sneak you down. I know you all are intelligent in your own way.
One kind of just like looks to the side as if like, oh, thanks for the compliment.
If they don't build you up, then they're not worth putting you down.
Anyways, what is your insight? What can you help?
So, is this broken, or is there issues with it? Give me a little more.
The problem is the range. Improving the range would be very helpful. Yeah, what else? There's a few other things. But mainly the range is currently what I'm trying to improve on. I guess what the product of the seeds as well. Currently I'm finding difficulties with trying to create golems that aren't just mud and wood.
What would you make them out of?
Stone. We've tried them. We've planted them in the ground of the stonework, and it's just gathered up all the stone around and formed nothing.
So what you're saying is we somehow have to boost the efficiency of the physical energies through the staff, creating a bit of a surge that might be able to combine the stone.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, have you tried possibly, so the main power source, what are you looking at here? I know it's divine energy, but have you found it to be waning or growing in any way?
Well, it's just been kind of the same. It hasn't waned or grown at all.
Is it not latching onto the stone?
What, when the seeds are planted in the stone?
Yes.
Doesn't seem like it when we tried.
You know what might help? Can we see it in action?
Sure. What, on the stone?
Well, on the stone, yeah, we'll try it on the stone first. See if we can see what exactly what's happening here, right? You know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Sure. Okay.
He'll take one of the seeds from the gnarled staff.
Follow me!
By the way, while we're walking, what is this going to be used for?
Labor?
Insight check.
Ditto.
Go ahead. Tim. Seems partially correct. Might be more than he's letting on.
Yeah. So when you say labor, anything in particular, like this for building houses, farm work, conquering kingdoms?
Well, I guess, like, using it for, building different buildings and, deconstruction work, that sort of thing.
This is the type of deconstruction work that is, voluntary, correct?
With the golems?
No, I mean, like, the things that are being deconstructed are things people want deconstructed, right?
Yeah.
Insight check.
Go ahead. He's lying.
I figured. I fucking even need it with the way you said it, like that motherfucker. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, always good to tear down buildings that need it, and through apricity, you go, this motherfucker is lying. He's planning to destroy cities.
Color me shocked.
Related
So
to the
weird.
others, that we may have a bit of a situation on our hands.
I can, but I think now is a great time for I told you so. I know I didn't tell you out loud, but I thought it, and that's really what matters.
Look, I didn't say they would. I was just wondering whether or not they might not. You never know.
Is Mickey hearing all this, by the way?
I have no idea. Pricity technically would have to communicate to you specifically for that. So maybe you get half the conversation?
That's up to Apricity. Is she informing Binky?
She has no hand on her mouth. Apricity is telling her no more than is absolutely necessary.
So no.
So how much is she telling her?
0.
Understood.
Oh, construction work is always good to do.
Glad to see Binky fail the insight
Right,
check.
exactly.
Apricity will say really quickly to Thea, something, the cultists are bad. Are you surprised? I know Tim is.
We'll cut back to outside while you guys are making your way over. Armen will kind of look over towards the rest of you who are outside. So I've noticed that your group doesn't exactly look like the most mercantile sort. Perhaps the other two who went inside, but what are your mercenaries accompanying
I don't know what a word means.
Which word?
Merchant something.
Mercantile.
Mercantile.
Basically,
Basically,
you
we're
just-
merchants. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he was pointing at Angel. He was hired by them just to, get us all through the forest. But, I'm just a traveling blacksmith. I can make things on the go, do some clergy work along the way. But good to be at least armed in these parts of the woods.
Interesting combination of a warforged blacksmith who is also what? Part of the clergy.
Mm-hmm.
And what say the both of you? Behind the warforged.
I work with textiles.
So what, you made your own dress and the other garments that your proprietor is selling?
Of course. You know, if you wanted to attract some more people to your cause, you could use some better outfits.
Look at where we live. This is not something that we are doing so out of optics.
Well, don't you squint at him. Human folk need to not overheat in this weather. The hoods look hot.
We have a bathing system that our lovely companion, Bagelboggen, has constructed for us.
I work with jewelry. And some textiles as well.
Very fine jewelry.
And you'll run headlong towards what you assume to be cultists in search of sales. Why not go to a city?
We're on our way there. Just, this was on the way from... What was the city that we were said to the other group we were heading towards?
I don't remember, but I know I have it in my notes.
You took
I'm pulling up my notes. Well, my notes from like 1,000 years ago. I have
A
those.
sail is a sail, you know.
We were headed to motherfucking...
Was it Stuttergate?
Yeah. We were headed to Stuttergate, I think. Most likely.
Here is on the way to Stuttergate. Roads with merchants, lots of ambushes, and, well, we had been made aware that you were out here, and, well, I don't know about the rest of them, but I figure if anyone is gonna need some weapons, it's gonna be a group that's more hostile towards outsiders.
I'd argue that the forests are less safe than the roads.
Maybe for
Considering
creatures.
what...
That's why they have me here.
Exactly. Not many creatures are wanting to steal your merchandise, unless it's food. You can't say the same for people on the road.
Very well.
Heading back to inside. Alright, well, we're just gonna car past a few hallways. Don't touch any doors.
Stares at Binky.
She's looking at the ceiling.
Think you touch all the doors you'd like.
Alright, I'm giving you one last warning. Stop.
Please, we don't need to worry about this right now.
All right.
Besides, we gotta see how the magic gizmo works, remember?
Smiles down at Apricity, gives her a little wink.
Persidy will say back to Thea, "Are those dreadful-looking men still staring at you?"
Of course, you know it.
Unfortunate. I've got dreadful little men staring at me, too.
Seems to have plenty of those at hand.
If you think that you can get a moment to speak freely with the others, let them know that we are currently trying to summon a stone golem. Just an important little update for you.
Right, of course.
They have a magic wand thingy that summons, or that makes them and controls them, and Binky's trying to fix it.
As you walk by the kitchen, it has been once devastated by ruin, but has been hastily repaired. Through remnants, the remnants of the damage still linger. The stone walls remain cracked, with the heavy damage to the floor filled in with dirt. Some of the wooden counters have been scrapped, leaving the kitchen a little more bare. The shelves are now filled with mismatched but functional cookware. As you make your way down the end of the hallway, he opens the door to this large kind of storage room. It is dimly lit and contains scattered wooden crates and barrels. Most of the such containers seem to have already been used in the creation of the golems, resulting in 2 of them made out of wood from trees and the debris left from the destroyed containers.
Alright, well, now that we're in here.
Alright, well, a demonstration of the issue you're having.
Alright.
Grabs, and you can already see that part of the floors have been like damaged, as if he's planted them there before. And seems there's just like pockets full of holes in the stone, but he goes over.
Alright, I need you to... Hey, you two, help me.
And they start pushing this golem out of the way.
Why are you
Alright.
pushing him, not controlling it?
I'm not at the thing at the moment.
Oh, is it a control? I thought the staff was the control device.
Yeah, I left it there.
Oh, I thought it was a staff. I thought you could pick it up.
It is. He could pick it up, but he didn't take it with him.
That's very odd. So how
Wait,
are
how
you...
are we supposed to test it if we don't have it with us?
What? No, like, the seed is what creates the golem.
But don't you need to activate the staff to make the seed work?
Nope, the seed you just planted and it takes all the, whatever's in the area, you just infuse magic.
Okay, so the
And
seed...
then
Are
it
the
put-
seed and the staff connected?
In a sense, but not directly. Like, you could... That's why when they ran off with it, you had uncontrolled golems, like, way out. I don't know how far. Wherever
Okay,
you got that from.
So the staff is merely the controlling mechanism then.
The controller, control them and growth.
But then how'd they grow without the staff?
No, as it... Okay, it grow for the seeds.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they grow from the seeds, but the staff isn't used to grow them, but just to control them, but to grow them?
No, the staff is used to control, to grow the seed,
So the
to
staff
grow
just makes
seeds
seeds.
to plants. Yes, it makes seeds, it controls them. And then the seeds make the golems.
Well, have you ever seen what happens with the staff in the area when you try to make a stone golem?
Yes,
What happens?
same thing, doesn't matter.
Okay, nothing like, no light shines or such?
Nope.
So you needed me to fix the seed, not the staff?
But it's fixing the staff to have the seeds grow a certain way, right? You gotta infuse, like, that's what I've been
Okay, I
experimenting
see
on.
what you mean. You had to make you gotta make the staff make bigger seeds.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, well, let's see what happens.
It pushes the golem out of the way.
Okay, I'm tired. You guys go.
Still, I don't know why you're not
Golem
just
in hell.
controlling the golem. Like so you all, do
I
they only listen to you
didn't
when you
think
hold
about
the
that.
staff?
Are you sure
Well,
you're an inventor?
Glares at you.
Oh god, I love the fucking shade.
Listen here, Bucko. I know what I'm doing.
If you say so.
If you say so.
Okay.
He goes over here, plants the seed in like the kind of crack of the stone of the tile, like in between the 4 tiles. And you can see him kind of concentrate a little, and the seed begins glowing as he takes steps back. After about 6 seconds, you see this burst of energy kind of collapse anything within a 10-foot radius of that space, kind of pulls it into... as if it was like pulled in by gravity, and everything in that 10-foot area just is sucked into like this debris kind of like ball, and just like begins to form. And then it drops everything back onto the ground and creates like a debris mess.
So based oh sorry.
Go ahead.
So based off that description, it seems like it was it trying to like form into a golem before it collapsed, or was it just a ball?
Yeah, it seemed like it was trying to do something, but then it just collapsed.
Have you tried different types of stone?
I mean, this is just basic crude stone, but
Well, yes, but there's lighter
No.
stones and heavier stones, like a pumice.
Yep, stone is very heavy material, so.
well, no, I haven't really tried other stone, but I don't think that'd be quite effective.
Just hearing Pinky. So he just says, per person, you would just hear Tim go, "This man really is a rubbish scientist."
Binky leans in and says out loud,
I don't think he's a very good inventor.
Look, that isn't what the use is for. Like, if we could make it out of just generic stone that's repurposed, it'd be quite useful.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're just intention of stone gold, I'm more referring to you want to like lock down on the issue. Is it the weight of the stone? Is it the massive quality of the stone? Maybe it's just the type of stone it can't create. Maybe it's because you have various types of stone together, and it needs one specific variation of stone. But this is made up of like several different types of stone.
Okay, so you just that way we just test on all the different stones. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
What else?
Okay, well, based off that factor, once you know whether or not, and then you want to test it by weight factor, like is the heavier stones more factor? Because if it's a weight factor, then you have to go, okay, well, maybe what you need then is perhaps lighter stones that could create the stone golems.
while he's talking, Binky's gonna crouch down to where the debris crumbled and look it over to see if she can decipher what might have gone wrong.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Apricity, doing her best
Oh
to
my
pretend
God.
that she's Binky's pet, will do the same and also make an Arcana check. If that's okay. Sorry, I rolled it before asking.
That's fine. The both of you, it's hard to glean any information from, I guess, like, more accurate information as to what happened.
Can I investigate the seed and see if there's anything up with it?
Go ahead. Roll me an Arcana check.
Can she just roll at advantage? Because I'm just gonna sit here and, like, be
Assist.
talking in her mind, like,
Sure.
so that I can assist instead of me making my own roll.
Okay.
I'm just trying to crit fish, baby. Give us that 21.
Hell
And
yeah.
I'm gonna flavor it as like Apricity's just sitting there, like, I know a little bit about magic and talking about like her thoughts out loud.
That honestly, that probably helps navigate
Binky's scattered brain.
Like, her scattered brain to focus on one specific thing.
Looking at the seed and kind of determining, I guess, what went wrong. It seems that there's like a clash of, I guess, the energies that are within the seed. Whatever's happening, there's two opposing forces, and they're kind of reducing the effect of what they're able to create. So because of one aspect of the seed seems a little bit more stronger than the creation aspect of it, it seems like it's not allowing the seed to form with, I guess, tougher materials.
Okay.
So,
I see the problem.
Yeah.
So it's not so much the magic itself and forming the golem and whatnot. It's the seed itself seems to be having an issue where it has two clashing components that are not, basically not supporting each other very well.
That's simpatico.
Yeah.
You sounded very intelligent there, Binky. Great work.
Thank you.
Tim rubs his temples as I'm sure Binky said that out loud.
Yes.
I don't really know. I guess I could tweak it. Okay, well that's helpful.
Well, let's take a peek at it at the staff again, though, because I figured that with that knowledge, though, we can take a better look at the staff now. No,
You know, it always helps to have input from an actual inventor.
I think we're fine. You could probably leave now.
No, we were here to help. Let's take a peek at it again, because now that we have that extra info, I bet you we could fix it up lickety-split.
No, I don't think you can. No, it's fine. You've given me the insight to know what I'm doing, so that's fine. That's all I
need
need.
to take a peek. Let's be honest. Your boss wanted us to look at this.
I don't think you want to disappoint your boss any more than you already have.
Apricity smirks to herself and says, Binky, ask him if he's threatened by your intelligence.
Listen, they wouldn't have these golems.
By my intelligence.
No. They wouldn't have these golems without my help. So.
Your voice is cracking.
My what?
Your voice is cracking.
You making fun of my voice? That's just how I sound like.
No, you're nervous. Intimidated. Wiggles your fingers.
I mean, some man can't handle women of power, Binky. We know this.
This is true.
Apricity will quickly say back to Thea, Binky's fun. She does anything you tell her to.
Oh no. Is everything alright over there?
We're having a blast.
Oh, that worries me.
It should, darling.
Am I supposed to be able... Oh, there we go. I kept hitting a wall somewhere for some reason.
It's because it's, like, not the door is, like, in the middle of the two tiles.
Oh, then you reached it over. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, so I kept hitting the corner.
So, does your boss happen to pay you to do your, she puts up air quotes, job?
Yes, I get paid.
I see.
I wouldn't be doing this if
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't getting paid.
Well, I mean, you could be doing it out of the goodness of your heart.
I was hoping that was the case, otherwise I feel bad for your boss.
Aren't you guys merchants?
Of course we are. That didn't mean other people aren't suckers.
Right.
Apricity Felicity will say to only Tim Tim, "Are you sure we have to get rid of this curse? I'm finding it quite amusing."
To be honest, I don't think that's the curse.
Oh, splendid.
Binky doesn't like incompetence.
We have that in common then.
Oh yes, I think that most of us do.
As you guys walk into that main foyer hallway, you would have seen the northern door close.
The what?
The what?
Or at least, Tim would have noticed the slow closing of the northern door.
So the northern
like,
door closed. Okay.
That one.
I might have an idea. Jeez, I'm just debating whether I should start doing some risky maneuvers.
If you want an out of
Do it,
character
it'll-
answer, fucking do it. It'll be funny. We're having a great time.
I was gonna say the same thing.
I know, it's just we have a spy in our group that won't look out of place anywhere. As Reggie is a rat, and rats are fucking everywhere. So if I can get Reggie out and wandering, I can start exploring with Reggie.
I say do it. Nothing ever goes as planned in D&D anyways.
I just gotta
I
figure.
like the fuck it we bowl mentality.
Yeah. Okay. I think I got a way to get this, but I will have to try to make a distraction first, which I'm sure Binky will be happy with. It's like, Binky, start looking at that the totem. Through a Percy, Percy, please tell Binky to look at the staff some more and really lay him thick to him and just really distract the other two. I want them to be looking at Binky for a couple seconds.
Okay, this will be the one time where she doesn't repeat instructions as as requested. Felicity will say, just further trying to test how much fun Binky is, will say, "That staff looks very interesting, Binky. Why don't you pick it up? Play with it a little."
She'll pick it up.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey. Okay, now don't touch the staff. Put it down.
So,
I bet there's
while
a lot
she's
of
picking
fun
up the
things we can
staff,
do.
when she's picking up the
These
staff,
two kind of approach, kind of looking
and
towards.
looking directly. They're very much looking at Binky. Okay, so now that everybody's attention's on her, I'm going to take Reggie and just kind of slip him under the bed.
Have Reggie roll me a.
Can I sleight of hand it?
Use can sleight of hand, correct?
Yeah. Okay, whew. 16. It's not bad. should be passives, I'm hoping.
Reggie slips under the bed.
Okay.
Can you put the staff down? Look. You can insult me all you want, all of that other stuff.
What? I'm not insulting anyone.
Regardless, Kaviani will be very not happy, so put it down.
What?
And I don't think these...
Isn't this something you want me to fix? As well?
Yes, but under request, put it down.
Binky. He's right. You know, you shouldn't be playing with a man's rod without his permission.
Alright.
Especially when his seeds might spill out.
Thanks.
You're a perverted old man, you know that.
Huh? What? It's a staff. It's got seeds in it. What do you think I'm talking about?
Yeah, don't be gross.
You know what you are doing.
Speaking of which, at a quick glance, did the seed he plucked grow back yet, or is it like what's going on with the?
No.
So how long does it generally take for these seeds to grow back?
Usually about a week.
Oh, 1 week, eh? And how many seeds are in there generally?
Well, it's not 1 a week. It's about 5.
Okay, so there was 5 in there. So it holds a chamber of 5.
Yep, and 5 grow back a week.
Yeah, so after you use 5 seeds, you gotta rest a bit.
Well, it's as soon as one is plucked, it starts growing another one. So, I mean, if we pluck them on different days, they grow back on after a week in different days.
And when they fail, like we did, you know what? Okay, I guess Binky, did you pick up the seed and keep it?
Yeah, I have one on my person.
No, I meant the one you were examining.
I mean, with how scatterbrained, she probably would have tried.
Probably did by accident.
Yeah, on accident. If that's a roll you want me to do to see if that happened.
Is she trying to do it stealthily?
Unintentional stealth?
It's kind of like you
You can roll
absentmindly
sleight of
put it in
hand.
your pocket, right? Like, when you take someone's
Yeah.
pen by accident, sort of stealth.
You can roll sleight of hand.
Eh.
They would have. One of the cultists nearby would have told you to not touch the seed.
Well, she was
Okay,
touching
then
it
I only
originally, but
then I
yeah.
only have the one.
Well,
I
to
only
leave it.
Yeah, leave it. So after they fail making a stone golem, are they inert?
Yeah.
Okay. So they kind of a one-shot. If they fail, then the seed doesn't work. And we know this
Yeah.
has got divine energies in it. Have you had a cleric look at it?
Yep.
How about someone more in tune with nature? Like a druid
Not-
or a ranger?
Not really, no.
Well, I happen to have one of my companions who's a man of nature.
Okay.
Perhaps he might
what,
be able to give it a boost.
So you're gonna swap him in?
You know what? Maybe not a bad idea.
Okay. Well, you can go. You, kind of looks over towards Binky. And we can get your nature friend in here. That sounds good to me.
That seems like a waste of time, because you're probably going to need me to come back in again, and then it's going to be
I
the
think-
back.
No, that's fine. You probably don't need...
I can go, Binky.
Oh, alright, we could do that.
No. I need her to go.
No, he has a good point. This way, you got both geniuses here to help with your help.
He squints at Binky.
Smiles.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Uh-oh. That's about right.
Yeah, seems about
No,
right.
No, we're getting your ranger individual friend, little druid, whatever.
You
And
know,
we can swap
I think
you
I'll-
out.
I think I'll ask the man in charge. Oh, let's go get your boss.
Well, I mean, they're all out. We can all go together and check on him. Let's get his opinion. He might know best anyways.
He probably does.
Come
We
on,
might need to work
guys.
on hiring people.
This is
but,
perfect.
you
I
know.
needed everybody out of this room. So, now that everybody's out of the room...
Not everyone is out of the room.
No, I thought
Not
the other two
everyone.
were still following us.
And one of them follows you.
Okay. They were all... The
The
two
other
of them
seems
followed us the entire time. Now one's remaining.
While they're walking, Binky's gonna look towards the guy next to her and just say,
Are you happy working under him?
Well, I don't work under him. I work under Kavianu.
But you have to take his orders, right?
I suppose.
And how is that?
I mean, fine.
Even when he talks down on you guys?
It doesn't really talk down. Maybe a little.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt your feelings, right?
I mean, It's not like I can do what he does.
I mean, he can't do much, so I'm sure you can do at least something better than he can.
From what I've gathered and seen, he's been quite helpful in that regard. Otherwise, we'd be suffering in the heat without him.
I mean, a lot of it just comes from faking it till you make it, you know? Like, people who aren't good at anything are sometimes really good at just pretending they're good at a lot of stuff. And if you're talking down to your employees, you know, all the time, then you're just trying to help boost your own confidence because it's pretty low.
He just kind of looks at you, Binky, shrugs, doesn't say anything.
So now that everyone's out of the room except the one dude, Reggie is just still under the bed, because you said this place was kind of disheveled and like cracked stones, and you know, this place is. So one would expect there are probably holes in the walls that rats can probably sneak through. Right? So Reggie would like to see if he could find one of those holes in the wall, hopefully leading in this direction.
Oh, that is easy too.
Okay.
So you want to go into the foyer?
Yeah, just kind of sneaks through one of those holes into the foyer while we're walking. After we leave the foyer, though. Like, I'd say which one we got here, right?
Yeah.
Tim can direct him, obviously, as we're moving, so he knows when there's people around.
Yeah.
Hello. We're back. There's a lot of walking. We need, ranger friend? We're swapping...
Hey, Joe! Could you come here for a minute?
Hello, me?
Yeah, so you see our friend here, who, he looks over at the lead. By the way, we figured out part of the problem for you. That is that's the dinky promise. Told you we'd help.
I think he's gonna nudge the boss guy and whisper to him and just say,
I think you might have got scammed with who you hired.
Why is that?
I mean, it was a pretty easy fix that he didn't even there were two pretty easy fixes he didn't really consider.
Yeah, not even the scientific theories.
Right.
So, while we're talking, and we everyone's attention, I would like Reggie to move up to see if he could get up into the room that the door was closed, just kind of see if there's a hole he can sneak in and look through.
Outside?
Yeah, this way, yeah.
You could probably crawl through like a crack in the window. Like the windows are like some of it's shattered, so you could probably.
Okay, so I can see through the window too. Obviously, they're windows, so you can see through them. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were windows or doors. So he's looking out. Is that a pool?
Yes, it is.
Fancy.
Can you roll me also a stealth check for Reggie? I assume.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Oof.
Not great.
But he is just a rat.
He is just a rat.
And I assume this place has other rats in it. My god. Yeah. That's why I picked rat. Rats might not have the best stats, but they are a thing that will never look out of place in a place like this.
They still might try to kill it.
They still might, but he would not be out of place.
So are you going through the window?
He's just looking through it at the moment. Kind of like how, you know, rats kind of like look about to see where they're scurrying. Basically, Reggie's trying to act like a normal rat to see if he can find food. Like, you know how rats look when they're trying to look for food?
Yeah. Like,
that's the kind of look he's giving, and when he doesn't see anything immediately, because he would see this person here, I'm assuming.
So you see the rear courtyard features a wooden deck patio with a pool. What can Reggie see? Yeah, with a pool that is filled with murky green and black water. He would also see black clumps of leaves scattered on top of the surface. And what seems to be comfy, well, used to be comfy deck chairs and lounge seats that have been ruined from time. Some of which have been covered in dried blood. And yeah.
Okay, then you see someone at the door here.
Yeah, someone's at the door just leaning
Someone
against the door.
huge by the looks of it.
Huge.
Oh wait,
Like,
is the fucking
Oh, wait,
rat
never mind.
still wearing a bird costume?
no, he would have took it off.
No, that's just because the rat is tiny.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. So he just sees a guy leaning against the door, keeping it closed. Well, seeing the dude and realizing that like squeezing through an open window is going to be like death, he just kind of scurries back down like a rat would, right? And then he kind of just scurries back around, and he'll scurry back under the bed. Because even if he's seen, he's just looking like a rat.
Yeah, that's fine.
And with that too, Tim will then speak in Apricity's head. It looks like there's a man on the other side of the door keeping it shut. They really don't want us to go on the other side of this building, apparently. Apparently there's a pool in there as well.
She'll repeat that verbatim into everyone's head.
A pool?
Did she say that out loud?
Yeah.
Cool.
Why? You just look at what? You didn't have to show Spinky.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry,
You know
guys.
when I speak to you, darling.
I mean,
you can
Binky will go
comment-
swimming later. I know you want to go to that lake, that little watering pool we saw earlier.
Or are you saying Apricity?
You do not have to repeat. You know you can answer me telepathically in your head. I forget exactly how she worded it. It was cuter than that.
Did you say that to everyone or just Binky?
Just Binky. I can hear your thoughts, remember?
She says this into her head.
Oh, yep. Sorry. There's just like this really strong impulse to say it out loud.
I'm aware, and it's okay. I know you're doing your best.
What, so you noticed the pool outside?
Yeah, well, it was a nice window, right? Wasn't that hard to see?
I mean, I don't remember going really near that window, but I guess you can probably see it on the end.
I mean, it's a window. You don't get. It's only like what, 20 feet away? 40?
Look, I'm short. So are the both of you.
Well, yeah, but you know, windows are up. You can look over.
Yeah, it seems like you're short fused too.
He's feeling a little insecure.
Shut the fuck up.
Explains the hat, really. I guess that explains the hat.
Just Grumble, shut the fuck up.
Anyways,
that
were-
is not any way to treat our guests.
Or a lady, for that matter.
She's been insulting me the entire time.
I don't insult people. I just say what I observe.
Your observations have been insulting the entire time.
There's nothing insulting about the truth.
Exactly. See, that sounds like it more insecurity.
Look, whatever Bagel Bogan has done, perhaps he's not come down to the understanding of why we cannot create stone golems, but his work has been crucial to what we're doing here.
Oh, I'm sure he's competent. You know, there's nothing wrong with mid-level.
Yeah.
I'm going inside.
He's gonna go in his room and cry in his bed.
Are we following him?
Anyways, we need our. We were hoping to go in there and look at the thing with our ranger here to look over the staff, since it has the seed and nature quality. Might mean someone in the mystical natures of the forest might be able to assist.
Right, so you are swapping one of yours for ranger friend.
Yes, that's what we were agreeing upon.
Mhm.
And I think, he would agree that Binky should go back in.
He doesn't seem too pleased to have her around.
Oh, that's because he didn't like me pointing out the obvious flaws in what he was doing. But I mean, like he said, that's a personal problem he's gonna have to work on, maybe with some therapy. But in the meantime, I am here to help, and my lovely friend over there will also help.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Binky, remind our friend here that you made that tiny fellow feel very insecure with your intelligence.
Oh, yes, and I understand that people can be a little overwhelmed in the presence of someone more intelligent than them, but
Let me see persuasion. Oh, not bad.
It is probably high time that the bagel bogan has been met with some humility.
Not
So gone.
There you go. You two head in there. And just in your head again, for the sake of the chain, is if we can get a hold of that staff, or if you can get that room empty for a moment, I can get Reggie to possibly take the staff, mess with the seeds in the staff.
She'll say that to Binky, and then she'll also say, "Binky, pick me up once more."
Picks her
and
up.
she'll just sit at Binky's feet, like looking up.
Picks her up, cradles her like a baby.
Surprisingly, I don't hate this.
Corvin, escort them into the laboratory now that Bagel Bogan has departed. Yes, sir.
That's a tongue twister. Bagel Boggle has the bother.
It sounds like a breakfast item, if you ask me.
His name is, a pain.
So this works out great, because now we both have visual and audio in the room. And it says, "Oh god, my feet are gonna kill me." We still got the guys outside with us, right?
Yep.
And Tim's is like, I'm just gonna go sit down for a minute and close my eyes. I'm getting tired. At my age, it's been rough. Just gonna sit in the shade here.
Let's see. This is,
The
I guess, Angel is gonna reach out, I think, to Apricity, and he'll just ask, "This is the room that Binky was, that Tim was talking about, right?" Inside of his mind.
Yes, this was the one we were in previously.
And the one that he wants empty. Alright.
So I'm hoping you have better insights than your companion here.
I mean, he's pretty smart too.
Not quite as smart as this one right here, but,
Oh, this poor man. She says with absolutely no, sense of feeling bad for him. She's so amused.
Of course, I'm going to need a bit of a summary. What am I going to be helping with?
Well, they said that you're capable in the nature magic, so in tune with the nature. So I assume that you're taking a look at it with that lens?
Just about.
Right, go ahead.
All right, what am I taking a look at again?
So it's a staff that's like in the center stage, and it's like this kind of gnarled, kind of looks like a gnarled hand, like arm and hand, that's like holding the seeds.
All right. Dumb idea.
That's all tonight's been, man. Go for it.
Angel is going to and gosh, I don't know if I'm doing this right. He's just gonna say, if I am to go ahead and take a look at this thing, I'm gonna need help from one that I know that I can rely on. And he's gonna call Pesto.
Okay.
And telepathically, I'm able to communicate with this little creature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Angel is just going to say, let me see.
Interesting creature.
All right, just about when I kind of got an words. No, he'll just agree, right? And I think telepathically, he's going to say to Pesto, I currently have Fog Cloud. I'm gonna make what's gonna happen next look like an accident, and I want you to cast it. Do that, and I'll hunt whatever you want.
Very well.
Let's get going, you little shit. And he'll just go ahead and inspect it, with Pesto flanking the area, kind of taking his own look, nearest to the ground. And as he does so, he's going to take an actual good look at it, for the record. But I think as he's doing so, he's going to step on one of Pesto's tentacles.
Okay. While you're looking at it, roll me a nature check.
Okay.
And you can use...
Natural 20, so you know.
Okay. As you're inspecting the staff, there's something not quite right with what's going on in the just the natural properties of what's going on here. There's two opposing forces, and they're two diametrically opposing energies. One of them is, from what you can feel, is some sort of destruction energy coming from it. And there's just this, like, the competing against it is the opposing force of creation. And currently the destruction energy is somewhat overpowering the energy of creation, which seems to have been imbued within it artificially.
The creative, or the
staff
creation
itself
magic is instilled into this destructive staff
artificially. Yes.
Huh. Alright. Angel's not going to execute his little plan just yet, as he's just simply looking at this thing. But he's just basically going to keep Pesto very close to his feet in the event that he needs to go ahead and do this. And he's going to relay that information, I think, to... No, he's going to do that fun thing, right? Where, like... He approaches the two smart people, but he's specifically only looking and talking to Binky when he's saying these things. Yeah, he's just gonna say, interestingly enough, it seems like this staff right here
it only has, well, it has both destructive and creative qualities, but this seems more inherently destructive than anything else.
Oh, you figured that out with no effort at all.
I'm over here.
Hi.
That you are.
Anyway, looks at him.
Hey, you're supposed to be telling me this information. Why are you looking at her?
Oh, sorry. I was just took a gander on who might understand it a bit better. That's all. No offense.
I'm the one who's
and just double checking I'm not fucking this up, Heath. Why did it,
So what he said is, if you could get the room empty, Reggie can steal the seeds.
Okay. So you need a diversion.
Yeah, well, I need people to leave the room so Reggie can get up. Like, there's no way Reggie can make a stealth check to jump up on the table and steal the seeds. Like, that's not viable. But he might be able to get away with it if the room's empty for a minute.
Okay. This is so stupid. Angel will kind of take a better look at this short individual. And he's just, where are my manners? And he's going to step forward and reaching out for a handshake for this little guy. And in doing so, he's going to accidentally step on Pesto's tentacle.
Okay.
And as he does that, I want him to cast Fog Cloud. I don't know if that's how that works, though.
No, that should be fine. But let me see. It's if you cast a spell with the range of touch, which Fog Cloud is not.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you guys... Yeah. You can use the familiar to deliver spell that are touch, basically, but they cannot cast the thing. They just act as a...
Basically, it just extends your range by being the thing that's doing the touching.
Okay, then, sorry. Changing the circumstances of their little bet, Angel was going to go ahead and step, and instead of that, he basically just wants Pesto just start making a ruckus, basically.
So just, like, destroying things?
Yes.
Okay. Pesto begrudgingly starts destroying, I guess, like, in the area, just, like, flailing around.
Keep that thing in check!
Oh, I'm sorry. And he just moves over. First of all, he's going to see if either of the guards react.
They're looking at Pesto. Yeah.
Okay.
And they're, like, moving towards...
Angel is going to... This is such a bad idea. Yeah. Angels, while they're distracted, I was thinking I was gonna attempt to cast Charm Person on him.
Onto Bagelboggin?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
And this is where combat will begin, and we pick it up next week.
First of all, roll me a sleight of hand with your magic. So with your wisdom, basically.
Yeah.
So it'll be...
Okay, just a wisdom roll for me, basically.
Yes.
Okay. 17!
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. You can
And
cast
then
your spell.
With the spell.
Oof.
Yeah.
Is your nat 20 it or nat 1 it? When you laugh, it's usually one or the other.
Um. Checking something. Okay. What do you say?
What do I say? What do you mean?
After you kind of cast the spell.
Angela's just he's just gonna say, I'm really, really sorry. He just sometimes gets like this. Do you think he could just give us a moment alone and I can try to calm him down?
Yeah, okay. Alright. That's fine. Give him some alone time.
Here, and I might need to put him in something. Do you think I could borrow that hat of yours?
Although he doesn't have his hat on his head right now, but...
What are you gonna use it for? Wait, you gonna put him in the hat?
You ever get so mad that you just need to be confined in something? That's what I'm thinking for.
You gonna put him in my hat?
Yes.
Okay then.
Angel's a real one.
He goes over and towards like the fireplace, reaches his hand underneath and like takes it from like this little hiding spot, pulls it back down.
Alright. Here you go.
They just kind of look. The two other
Guards?
guards are just kind of looking over. Are you okay?
Yes, it's fine. I mean, there's no harm in it. Come on.
Time is of the essence, people. Just come on, just leave us alone for a little bit.
They fucking failed their checks, eh?
Nothing is amiss here.
Holy fuck.
Go on. Out, everyone.
So, Reggie will run out when everybody leaves. Runs up to Angel, and in your head, Angel, you just hear a, "My God, that was genius. Change of plan. Maybe we should just steal the fucking scepter and run."
Angel will look over towards the staff, and first of all, I guess with what I intuited of the staff before, it's not gonna like, I don't know, jump out at me if I try to grab it or something, right?
I mean, Binky had picked it up earlier.
Oh, okay. Then honestly, especially after we've decided that these guys are malicious, and I think that was already conveyed. Angel kind of shrugs, and I think, we can grab it, but do you have any ideas as to concealing it?
This would have been better if I was there. I could have just created an illusion for a moment.
Is there a window in there?
There's a bunch of windows in there. Some of them are boarded up. Whatever's like broken in there, like any other broken windows have been boarded.
Could maybe slip it out the window.
I think.
How heavy is the staff?
Yeah.
I need to check like regular staff. Fucking weight.
Oh, it's like a couple pounds, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's a little bit heavier than our usual staff. But what is it for? It's about 6-7 pounds.
And this is how big is the staff?
Quite big.
Quite.
It's
big.
like, it's like,
Like wizard walking staff style? 5, 6 feet?
yeah, 5-6 feet.
Okay. Am I still mentally attached to Persidy? He'll just like reach out.
No,
a little
because
bit.
she's outside of the room.
But
Yeah.
you are mentally attached to Tim because he's messaging you now. Because that's why it's because he can judge the feet
Okay.
using fucking Reggie to know where you are to point at you to do. Which is why he's kind of sleeping, just kind of like you know how you can point when you're sleeping and just kind of like
Yeah.
head down and cast the spell that way.
Mhm.
And that's what he's keeping. That's part of the reason he wanted that move, so he could do this stealthily. It's like, so here's the thing: if we can get the staff, perhaps you can just. No, Binky's by herself with Pricity. You know, he messages Binky. or Pricity. You know, he'll message a Pricity. No, not messaging Binky. He thought that for a second. He's like, no, wait, that'll go bad. He messages a Pricity. And in a Pricity's head is, Pricity, do you think you could get you and Binky to the front door for a moment? Like, maybe Binky has to use the bathroom or something? Oh, maybe you... you know what? I'm sure you'll get mad at me for this, but maybe you could have a, animal accident that they might want to make you remove outside for as quickly as possible?
How dare you ask such a thing?
That's why it's like, you might not want to do this, but that's the way. They're like, oh, no. You like when you're like the dog's peeing and you run them outside? Like, just because if we can get Binky and you outside, then he can grab the staff, smash the window, go out the back, and then we can all fucking book her with the staff.
You are going to owe me beyond mortal measure, my friend.
And he will explain that plan to her so she knows why he wants her to do that, right?
Yeah, but that's her response.
Yeah.
You are going to be in a debt to me so heavy it'll take several of your lifetimes to pay. I will do it, but the cost will be great.
How is a Pressity talking to Dinky?
I have
Message. I'm
Message
just
spell.
answering with message.
Message.
Yeah.
With the people in the way, you might actually the wrong person.
I think I still decide the target with message, don't I? You point your finger towards a creature within range and whisper a message. The target, and only the target, hears the message.
Well, not to mention, can't you send messages through walls?
You
if
cast
you
the
reach a
spell through
familiar
objects.
You can.
Yeah, if you are. So here's the thing: you can cast the spell through solid objects if you are familiar with the target and know it's beyond the barrier. So I by that definition, I have to know the person, and I have to pick the person.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah. So
That's fine.
So just double check. Yeah. So I can focus.
It does.
Yeah.
Yep. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm within the range too. I didn't move myself up so I'd be in that, so I'm not cheating.
Alright. Also, I would just say that in this case, while they're like doing this, I think that Angel and Pesto are still kind of keeping up the act, and honestly, I feel like it wouldn't be that bad if Pesto were to just smash into the window as well.
By the way, at this point, just so you know, Reggie's crawling underneath your vest at this moment, Angel, so he has a way out.
Understood.
So what's the plan?
So the plan is this. Pricity is going to start having an accident. Binky will run out and go, no, trying to get her outside as to having an accident inside. While that's happening, Angel can get the staff and book her out the back window, and the second Binky's out there, the rest of us have the ability to move. The hope is that staff they said is the control mechanism. So if we own the staff, those golems seem to be inert.
Oh.
Right?
You don't know how. Yeah, they never specified the range.
They never specified the range, but we're the ones holding the staff.
That's fair.
Right? And these golems are inert, and he straight up said they cannot act. Here's the reason why. He had to have the golems moved and shoved because they didn't have the staff with them. Meaning, someone has to activate that staff to have them move the thing, otherwise he could have had the golems move without having them shove them. So having that staff means those golems should be out of the combat, at the very least. We don't know how to unfortunately activate the staff and control the golems, otherwise this would be the funniest fight ever.
Could I... Quick question. I don't know if this would be meta or not. If Tim would be aware of the spells that Binky knows.
I would be. We talk all the time about our magic together.
What do you say, Storm?
That's up to you if Binky would have shared what magic she has.
Okay. I don't know if this would add to ideas or not, but Tim would be aware that she knows the spell bond item.
I think it's a homebrew one, so you'll have to link it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that spell, Nikki. You'll have. I'm assuming it works kind of like how a warlock's bonded item works.
You touch an item weighing no more than 100 pounds and form a link. Until the spell ends, you can recall it to your hand as a bonus action.
How long does it take to cast?
An action.
It's an action.
Really?
So if a creature is holding it or wearing it, then there's like a check. But if no one's holding it or wearing it, I can just poof it into my hand.
That is true.
Is there any stipulation on magical items, or does it work on anything, basically?
It's any item.
Oh.
Less than 100 pounds. That's just about everything. Like,
yeah.
That seems like a really, Tim could clear out banks with that spell.
Binky would not allow that.
I know.
She has
Well,
to
it's a single
touch it,
item.
Yeah.
She has to touch it, and she has to vocalize the spell, so...
Okay, so you would be noticeably casting it too, though. That is the problem, and you're not in there.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is just... He knows she has that spell.
Even if I do, the mechanics behind it, the problem is we'd have to get you back in the room with nobody in there to do it. Because they'll notice you casting it otherwise.
So, literally let Angel know that.
Let Apricity cook. I had a plan.
Okay, I'm listening. Sorry, you didn't hear you.
Well, no, it's just I was just gonna do the thing that fucking Tim asked of her.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I just thought that the plan might change if we knew this information.
Yeah, no, like that was the thing. Is like, do we change the plan? I can't see that. That's a great plan. I can't see it working at the moment, just because I can't see how we could get away with it stealthily.
With the bond. Well,
if Angel knows about it, he could probably sneak her in.
Yeah.
True. That is true. Yeah.
Well, we don't have to deliberate too much. We're about to, So.
Yeah. So, the problem is, Angel might have him charmed, but it's only to Angel. He might be friendly towards what Angel says. He has animosity.
Yeah, he's not an idiot.
Binky.
Like there's a line, and he hates Binky, so that's not going to happen. I still think our best bet is to then do what the original plan was, to get Binky outside so the main group's together, because you could get to us easily by yourself without the golems there, right?
All right. Then let's go, team. Go piss girl.
Okay. Do we want to stop here and wrap it up? The outcome of what happens
next week.
I kind of need to see where this goes.
I mean, at least to the
Everyone
point where
here to
Binky gets
plan.
outside.
Okay.
I need to see Carly cook.
So Apricity is just pissing?
No, actually, but Apricity is going to try and fool Binky specifically. So Apricity is going to say to Binky, I need to use the bathroom, and then wait like 30 seconds, and then cast an illusion that makes it look like she's pissing herself, basically.
Oh dear.
So I'm gonna do the fucking thingy.
Oh, the thing, yeah. Where is it?
It's this.
Yep, cool.
Oh jeez. Oh gosh. Oh, she's making an accident. I'm so sorry.
Why are these pets making?
You hear about Binky, you need to take her outside now. Like, she'll make a mess everywhere. Hurry!
I gotta take her outside. She'll make a mess. Hurry!
And then
Come on, hurry up.
And like I can use my latent ice magic to make it like look make her feel kind of cold to give the illusion of dripping water for Binky specifically.
And I was like,
poor girl.
the trick what we have to do is trick Binky so the curse doesn't activate. Like, I realize what you're doing there. That's just great.
yeah, that's genius.
Yeah.
Well, because like the way I see it, and the logical conclusion is like they're not going to incite the illusion. If it looks like this dog is pissing itself, they're not going to, spend the time inciting. What person does that?
Yeah, it's like, I wonder if that's an illusionary.
Why is it pissing? God.
Like, what kind of dog just pees inside houses? Like, this is obviously fake.
Mind you, the house that they've probably worked to make at least semi-presentable. They've already had to clean up rat pee and shit. They don't want to do this again. Okay, and I guess at the same time, Angel is going to grab the staff and crack open the window. At this point, I just want to make note. Actually, no. He won't. He won't celebrate.
Wait! One more thing. Yeah? Tim will then say, "Quick! Lock the door!"
So we'll move over and lock the door very quietly, so they don't hear. Because I don't know, locks are loud. And,
it depends on the lock, but yeah.
Yep, he's just going to move over to the one side of the window. And he's just going to break it open, and at the same time that he says that, he's just going to say out loud.
How are you breaking open the window?
Huh?
How are you breaking open the window?
Huh? I was thinking it would be pretty cool. I know shape water can be kind of annoying sometimes. I was wondering if I could just, like, take some water out of my flask, splash it against the window, and just rapidly phase change it multiple times. Windows don't really like rapid changes in temperature. And I know it's very hot outside, too, now that I think about it.
Okay. That is gonna make a sound.
Oh yeah, and
but to be fair, we also still have a crazy octopus making noises.
Yeah, no, at the exact same time, Angel, in his most convincing voice, is just going to say, "Pesto, no!"
Okay. Roll me a
deception or.
It could be performance.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's one or the other, but
it's up to you.
It'd be performance.
Okay. Oh, 10. It doesn't matter. I'm breaking it open. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Anyhow.
Yeah, we're like I said.
So you break open the window with the staff in hand.
Yes.
Cool. And you make your way out.
And I think, actually, I I was thinking what Angel might do to prevent like immediately getting found or people immediately chasing after is that he was going to also leave a fog cloud in the area around the staff.
Okay. Are you, as soon as you get out, what are you doing?
He's immediately going to seeing the tree line, I think, especially, he's immediately going to get himself low and he's going to try to basically melt into the tree line and try to
Roll me a
reconvene with the group.
Roll me a stealth check.
Okay. Woo! Woo!
Okay.
2 nat 1s and 2 nat 20s. It's fucking
You see from the corner of your eye that there is a god currently like over towards like the north.
Mhm.
You give it a moment, and then he seems to look over towards like this direction for a moment as he hears a bit of rustling, and it gives you just the amount of time to like sneak into the tree line.
Okay.
And
And
kind of yep.
So,
yeah, make him away.
so to be fair, we want to move Reggie as well because I can't get through the wall
Yeah, that's
because
fine.
he's in his pocket. Tim's still being able to see most of this.
What is Pesto being bamped out? Or what's Pesto?
I think Pesto at this point could be bamped out, yeah.
Cool. You don't have to stick to this edge of the tree line. I assume you're heading further in. It's just the edge of the map.
Yeah, it's what's it called? It's sort of like Angel doesn't want to. Actually, yeah. No, I think he will go basically off the map, but he's going to stay like within firing range, basically. So yeah,
Yeah,
like
cool.
from over where I know everybody else is at, he's gonna stay like. What's the maximum range before longbows become?
120 feet before they get disadvantage.
Ooh, 150 actually.
Or 150? Okay.
Jesus.
Now remember though,
Yeah,
if you
he's
get
gonna-
too far
he's gonna
out,
stay-
you do
yeah.
lose connection with everybody.
Yeah, I think if anything, he's gonna stay more like, maybe like an extra 30, like 30 feet. Into the tree line.
So because I'm allowed to do this, I can't see through 100 yards, but I still control I can still communicate with my rat past 100. If you go past 100 feet, Reggie's just gonna kind of tap you to indicate you're outside of Tim's range, and like he cannot communicate.
And because Angel can communicate
with small
animals, he
beasts, you
actually
can
say
talk to.
Reggie.
Yeah, exactly. You were capable of communicating with Reggie the same way Tim can.
Yeah, but that's fine. He'll basically try to hug that range.
Yeah. God, we have accidentally built such a great stealth party.
So true.
A lot of it is the communication, which makes it easy for you to
Well, that's it. That's
make
why.
plans from long range.
Yeah. Well, we didn't plan this together. That's what I meant by accident.
So, what is the plan for the rest of you at the front?
So Binky's got. Dinky will go at the big. Oh God! She's making a mess. Quick! Come on! Here! And bring Binky over towards the rest of the group quickly. Oh God! Like we get the towel out to soak. Oh look, Binky, you're covered. And
You just feel a slight chill, like.
Why is it so cold?
And Nikki, please move Binky down.
Oh, whoops.
Thank you, because this is important. We have to be grouped up for this. Okay, let's soak you up. How'd everything go in there?
It was going well until I guess first he had a bit of an accident.
Oh, well, it happens, unfortunately. So Storm, what are the other two, the rest of them doing while we're having this conversation?
They're just watching you over.
Yeah, and he's just like dabbing Binky with the towel, and he kind of looks at everybody. Okay, guys. He's just gonna through Apricity, because Apricity's back, so we have the mental link back, right? Through everybody's head, except Binky's. To start with, we'll let Binky know after we set up. So, everybody but Binky, please. Okay, we have the staff. We're gonna make a book. What do? They can't have the golems, so we can either fight them here and try to see what we can do, or we book her and just run with the staff and stop their plans.
Angel will just mention. Fuck. It's hard because you can include Binky in the plans, but also not at the same time.
I know, that's the problem, right? It's why, like, we will discuss first, then include Binky.
Oh, no, these fuckers. Let's see. Angel could just say, I could see about calling a couple bears in the area, see what they could do. Cause a panic. You guys could run off.
I suppose that could work.
Are we just leaving?
I mean, if we have the staff, that's really all we need.
Why are we all staring at each other in silence?
I was to say they couldn't make another.
Well, they didn't make this one. They discovered it.
Fio's just going to pat Binky's head while they're having this conversation.
Yeah. Like, the fact of the matter is that they clarified they can't make more of these things, otherwise they would have. So, here's the thing. Do we want to start hurting people, or are we happy with the staff and leaving? I will leave this up to the democracy here. I would prefer not to kill people if we could avoid it.
And yet we don't even know what they were going to use it for.
Well, we kind of got an inkling that they were planning to destroy people's homes.
Maybe they were going to start a demolition business, we don't know.
Without their permission. That was very clear. I made sure it was without their permissions. I have a feeling they were building an army. It feels very much
but we don't know
like...
why.
That's true. That is very true. I have a feeling, though, that the gods wouldn't have sent us here to take care of this if it was for, handing out orphan candies.
And what is it they said about the rogue people who were the ones sending out the fire golems?
Those ones apparently were designed to steal people's shit. Like they stole the things for profit. Like, I don't think they knew what they were getting a hold of.
Would just like to note to everybody that we're sort of on a time limit.
This is true. We gotta make a decision in the next, 30 seconds. I can only keep dabbing Binky so long. It just, keeps dabbing. It's trying to scrub her clean. Spits on the rag.
What's the decision, guys?
Yeah, we gotta make a decision, guys. Are we fighting, or are we gonna run?
How about we end here and get us a week to decide?
That sounds fair. Yeah, that's fair. I'm fine with that.
Dungeon Master, are you okay with that?
I think we should just run, guys.
I was also leaning towards running.
I also am.
It'd be really funny.
I can fight, but...
we just gotta fucking Benny Hill's music playing.
Are we running, or are we just pretending to leave?
Well, we can't pretend to leave, because then we would be pretending to leave without Angel.
Right.
That's
very cool, guys. Gotta go. Yeah, we know that our companion is in there, but it's fine. We don't need him. Let's head out anyway.
Okay, I got one last thing. Okay, if we're gonna run, I got one last thing Tim's gonna say to set this up. Tim says, "Okay, Binky, come here. We gotta get the high industrial cleaner. Come here. He just grabs Binky. Here, come on, get on here, get up here, we're gonna get out of the way, and he just shoves Binky into the wagon! Jumps up on the wagon, yeah!
Okay.
Because that's the only way we're gonna get away with Pinky and Tim Tim, and you guys will book her. Because we have to be on the wagon because we're slow.
And I think with that, Angel, because he's close enough, is going to throw a fog cloud now on the party. And he's just going to say, "Good luck running."
I wonder where they went. They certainly couldn't be in this little patch of fog.
Well, yeah,
why
but
not throw it at them?
well, no, but if you guys are in the fog, they can't target you with spells.
I guess.
Mm.
What if they're blind? They also can't do that.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but they can walk out of
Hopefully
the.
Hopefully there's only
But-
one Matt Murdock in this world.
The
okay?
fog, if it's on top of you, when you walk past it, it obstructs their vision.
Yeah,
through
exactly.
it.
But if they're fog, they just walk out of the fog and
They
can
just
see
walk
you.
out.
Like basically, it's a
Yeah.
wall. As long as you keep running in that direction, they can't see you. They'll have to try to angle themselves around, hopefully
That
buying
sounds
us
like
a few
metagaming.
rounds. That's not metagaming. That's knowing how the spell works.
In either case,
As it turns out,
Pat,
fog
check your
is not.
DMs.
As it turns out, fog is not 2D like in Minecraft.
Yeah.
If you run the fast settings, though, like a simpleton.
We in a trip?
I would like to say though, I fucking loved this session with just how fucking batshit we took this.
you got
Yep.
some lucky rolls, and I got some bad rolls.
I know. Oh, I was so worried with the charm person. I'm like, this could be combat right here, guys.
No, like, I'm doing this very much like, oh yeah, this is definitely in like an artificer wizard type. Like this man probably is good with wisdom, but as I told Lion, I learned a valuable lesson watching Critical Role. I'm like, actually, I don't give a fuck.
I mean, to be fair, artificers don't have good wisdom. Binky is proof of that.
Oh, okay. I just assumed that they had the intelligence wisdom saving throws.
Yeah, that's gnome.
Because
No,
you got
Oh.
that was
terrible.
for the wisdom save for the charm person, and then the insight check to be like, what's going on with this guy? Oh, he's fine.
Oh, 1 and a 1. Yes! Storm's rolls save us!
It wasn't actually that though, because like canonically, he was just so seething at Binky's existence that he just couldn't think about anything else. Like that's canon. He hated to see a woman with hobbies so bad that he just forgot anybody else existed.
Also, Linathe was shadowing that room that entire time and trying to listen in and make sure things were going wrong, and she was terrible on her perception.
Oh, no.
Good for us.
And I just want to note that the moment that the two of them reconvene, Angel's just going to look at Binky like, I got you something.
The hat. Yeah, he's got the hat.
I'm so excited for that.
Man, between that and all the planning and just like, okay, we got like a fox getting able to pee so we can get Binky out of the room without suspicion, and they get all, like, it was so not suspicion due to bumbling fuck energy. Like, just, like, that was the best con ever. I loved it.
You
guys got
I fear
so
we
lucky.
may never see a Priscity on a watch again.
We never will. A person will never watch again. That is true.
Oh,
He'll never fight again. She's just gonna sit there.
Watch
like,
I was 100% ready for things to go wrong because of the curse, but you guys did it.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's like, we had to play around that curse so hard.
But
The amount of
yeah.
the amount of consoling Thea's going to have to do to a traumatized Apricity is like so high.
man.
Like the amount of conversations they're gonna have where she's like, they looked at me like I was a dog. Well, you look like a dog. It's the
You
point.
pretended to be a dog.
You were trying to be a dog.
That's the point.
And then I had
And
to...
Gosh. I just want to
Are you
mention too. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. Mine's a little bit more long drawn. You sound like you were going to ask a question.
I assume you guys are making your way back to the cathedral.
Yeah, that's probably our best bet.
Okay. Well, there will be a fun chase scene, and then whatever happens after.
Oh, that's it. That's the fun thing. Is from now on, it's chase time, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
I was gonna say, not to be literally everybody when it comes to all the nightmare stories because of Critical Role's existence and people taking the wrong fucking lessons from him. But if I've learned anything, it's that, like, especially with this character and everything, I sometimes get, like, really fucking bad decision paralysis. And then I remembered that this is also a silly game about improv and sudden split decisions and things like that. And watching especially everything that happened in the, what's it called? It was like episode 14, 13, when they were all at the ball together and they were trying to swap the ring out of that one guy. Like, watching them do that kind of, like, opened my eyes a little bit. Is that,
sometimes
like,
Go ahead.
Like, it's like, while there may be consequences and those consequences might suck, it's ultimately a storytelling game at the end of the day. And
so something bad happening is still a good story. Yeah.
exactly. And I think I, like, remembered that.
I just realized our combined powers during a chase scene is insane.
You know what?
Oh yeah, that's right. With you, we do not lose speed.
Yeah, while stealthing.
No, just we don't lose speed while traveling in difficult terrain like a forest, because you're a ranger.
Mm-hmm.
So we are literally, by that definition, we are moving faster than all these cultist motherfuckers because they admitted it, they don't have a ranger in their party.
And
what
like,
about your segment? Yeah.
He does, like, water things, right? In theory, I could freeze the path behind us if it's wet.
Oh yeah, and I can also use silent image to put up fake trails and shit as we're fleeing.
I got a smoke bomb.
I got a smoke bomb.
Very proud of you, Nikki. Very well done.
At this point, Nikki, you're just in the back of the wagon going, what's going on? It's like it's pumping, and you're like, oh god, because we didn't tell you shit. Because we knew if we did, the curse would fuck us.
I'm being kidnapped!
This session did bits for fucking Apricity's view on Binky.
Oh god.
I am so glad.
I think everyone...
The way she went from this woman is a liability and a problem to, wait a second, this is kind of fun.
and Apricity once more gets why Tim's obsessed with Binky. It's just that chaos magnetism.
Binky lives life with a fun lens.
Yeah.
Thick, freckled, neurodivergent bad bitches are worth the long haul.
Yeah.
Well, like, I think this is the first time I showed it, but, like, you'll notice, Kitsune Tail's trickster aspect, is what my feature that I used earlier was called.
Oh. Actually, wait, I love that. Because that was, like, from an outside perspective, that was also funny, just seeing is just like, wait, this liability is actually kind of fun, and then later she gets reminded that it is indeed a liability. It's like, flickering between that. She's too close to the sun.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, this fucking episode did wonders for, like, their relationship, because...
Hell yeah! Binky's happy with all the praise she got from Apricity.
Yeah, well, Apricity figured out that Binky's just a button where you put praise in and funny comes out.
You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. God, I just can't wait though for next session when we have the chase scene of everyone just fucking just barreling through this forest. with these cultists. Like,
You missed so many rooms.
oh yeah, of course we did. We didn't do shit.
I know. I was
I'm
like,
sorry,
Prepared
Storm.
4 more hours.
look at all
in
these
this
rooms
fucking
who
house.
just
I was
didn't get used.
tempted to look
Downside
through.
to DFing.
But
yeah,
I mean, they also were like, don't look.
yeah, exactly. They were like, don't go in here. Like, okay. Like, because we weren't doing this combat style, we found the goal.
I know.
We found the item. We found the goal trigger. Like, I admit, this was fucking surgery, right? We went in, grabbed the thing, got out.
Also, I did my best, Storm. I was planning to open every single door, but I was stopped.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, by Storm.
they didn't want you to.
Exactly.
I'm aware.
Like, we have no idea what's going on in there. We just know that their big item of destruction is now in our hands.
No, I
And
hear that this.
here's the best part, Nikki. If we can get 10 minutes for you to cast Identify, we can make our own Golem army to attack these fuckers.
Golems. What are you saying, Juju?
I also have Identify.
Oh, that's true, yeah. But do you have the Pearl?
I fear that this session has officially confirmed the theory that the lesson that I have learned from Critical Role. I am now always committing to the bit. I don't care.
Oh yeah, commit to the
Do
bit, man.
it.
Like this was so silly.
I still can't believe we got away with it. I was just waiting for combat to
You
break
guys
out.
got so lucky.
I know we
You guys
did.
got so fucking
Fucking
lucky.
I know, Storms. I'm like, man, this plan is got so many plot. Like, this is not how Tim would normally run a scam. He'd get a lot more info, but we got no info to work off. So it's like, make it up as we go. Let's go. And like,
Very
flip
fun
them.
session, though,
Yeah.
Storm.
Oh, so much fun, Storm. Thanks.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
By the way,
But
Storm.
now, see, now here's the part that's going to be difficult though, because we're going to get back from the fucking camp. Pesto's going to pier, and he's just going to like, I want you to hunt me down a Tarask for food.
I want you to hunt me down those cultists. Go back.
I want.
They
human
looked
flesh.
delicious.
Oh.
Also, thank you for making a character that I could actively dislike with Binky. That was fun.
It wasn't intentional.
It just went that way.
No, to be fair, he was kind of unlikable in the first place.
Yeah.
As soon as he started talking bad to his employees, he got on our shit list.
So true. Sensitive liberal destroyed by logic and facts.
Hey, they're not even his employees.
Doesn't matter. You don't talk down to people working under you.
I had fucking letters as well. This has implications, but it'll be yeah. I'm curious to see where it goes.
Yeah, well, we just discussed some major implications. Like, I mean, yeah, not taking care of these cultists is probably gonna be a long-term headache, but it's funny.
No, what'll be really funny is if these guys end up becoming recurring villains for us to deal with. Because we're forever going to be recognized as the guys who harassed their wizard scientist and then stole their shit, peed everywhere.
I mean, how much influence could they realistically have, you know?
Revenge mission for that fucking hat.
Yeah, Pinky's hat will
And
give
then-
us away everywhere. Have you
No, I
seen
can- I
this?
can- I
Just
can see
wanted
that
posters,
too.
but the wanted poster is just have you seen this hat?
Imagine that, because Shathur can create something, right? He can make a decoy hat, like, out of the cheapest material possible. Because, like, the hat, I imagine, is pretty expensive. So if you were to recreate a real one, you know, but... Or he could just create two, and then you could give it back. But, like, also you could create, like, a copper's worth of a hat.
I will
It's
like
just
to say though, if Tim ever decides to ditch all of you, he's completely safe.
Oh, right, he was Grandpa.
Yeah, he was Grandpa the whole time.
That's
So
actually
surprising.
Because he's definitely ever going to leave Binky, and Binky is the biggest.
Oh, I know. If anything ever happens to Binky, though, he will ditch you guys immediately.
Don't don't worry, guys. Binky cares about you all, so Tim has to.
That's valid. I will say,
This is
I will
Davi
say,
and
I
Jubei
do-
all over again in reverse.
I do find it rather funny. I can't say anything for Thea's case, but I do like how this campaign, even with characters that knew each other prior, is generally bringing forward a bunch of loners. Like Chithur, Angel. I genuinely feel like if it weren't for Thea, that Apricity would just be off somewhere fucking preening her fur in a sub-zero climate.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Apricity would not be the type to join a party. Like, Say is 100% the person who's like, we're gonna do this with these people, and she's like, do we have to? And then she's like, we're going. Like,
Yeah, exactly, which is the exact same thing happening with Tim and Binky. Tim would never join a party. Parties are fucking liabilities because they can't disguise themselves 24/7.
And
Angel has problems socializing.
For Apricity, it's as simple as parties want you to do things, and that's gross.
Yeah.
God.
What do you
Like,
mean
what?
you want me to hold watch? What do you mean you want me to pretend to piss myself?
God, I still think that was such great. You might get mad at me for this, but I just like how he phrased it. Like,
I need you to understand is that if she could speak out of her mouth, she would have been like, of all the indignities, and then just done it. There's a good chance that she said that in her head to Thea before it actually happened. And it's like Thea having zero context, being like, what do you mean, of all the indignities, what? Like,
and then she just sees Binky running out with you peeing out of no. That's the other thing. You had no idea what was going on.
I always think that minor illusions look shitty, so I'm imagining that this piss, all things considered, looks like fucking pixelated Minecraft liquid.
Oh god, yeah.
Just, this is horrible. I love it.
I think hers is like hers fooled all of you when you thought Pesto was growing.
Yeah, because nobody bothered to check, right? Like, and that's the thing, right? Like, minor illusions are perfect. They just require someone to check. So unless someone thinks to check, it doesn't work.
Oh yeah, that's how I always see it in my mind's eye.
Yeah, that's just how
for
he
the comedic
imagines it. Yeah.
That's kind of Apricity's thing, where she like uses the illusion in situations where people are gonna check for an illusion. So like she tries to make them as believable as possible, like Pesto weirdly getting bigger, like, or you know, a dog pissing itself. Not unbelievable concepts.
Also, I love the repeated reference to Apricity as a dog. This is great. It just gets better every time.
I mean,
I can't wait to find out that Apricity did this. I don't know if it